Hello, everybody, and welcome to day 3 of Mindvalley's AI Summit. I'm your host again today. My name is Caitlin O'Toole, and I'm so happy you're here. Guys, over the past few days, it has been nothing short of mind expanding. And today we are taking it even further. We have curated another incredible lineup of speakers for you, each one bringing their zone of genius to help you not just understand AI, but actually use it in your real life and business. And get ready, guys, because today is a hands-on day. It's all about the tools. So if you're able to get your computers out, pull those out if you're not already on them so you can see it full screen, so you can build with the speakers, and you can also ask questions. You're going to hear from some incredible teachers. Sara, Davison, and Tyler Fisk will teach you how to build an AI team that can literally run your business, giving you back time and freedom, which is what we're all asking for, right? Dominic Ashburn is back again. I know so many of you that joined us yesterday absolutely loved his session. He walked us through how to build ChatGPT, how to put our personality in, and today he's diving even deeper into creative problem solving and how you can use AI to tackle real challenges that can actually now, once solved, drive profit in your business and in your life. And then Vishen will be joining us again to take us through his morning AI routine. So some people have a health routine. We've heard of maybe a manifesting routine, but Vishen has a morning AI routine. And once you guys see this, I'm telling you, it is going to be absolutely shocking. So make sure you stick around from that. And he's also going to share a new talk that he's been speaking around the world called Soul Pact. And this is going to give you guys an inside look and how we should be rethinking our lives. It's the way that we're going to be running our families, our life, and our businesses based on how AI will be trending over the next 5 and by 2030, how everything can be changed in our world as we know it right now. So this is going to give you guys a look into the next 5 years so you can learn how to truly position yourself now as a leader and not a follower. And that's what this summit is all about. And this is why it matters. I want you guys to understand this. If you master AI now, what we've already learned in this summit so far is you can save 10 plus hours a week. You can scale your revenue faster. You can be at the forefront of innovation instead of constantly chasing it. So if you missed out on the internet boom, if you were not around for the industrial revolution, which many of us weren't, this is the third time our world is changing in a big way, and it's AI. And AI is not just for tech companies anymore, right? This is for everyday people like you and me. It's also for entrepreneurs, for creatives, for business owners, but it's only going to be your friend. It's only going to be a tool if you understand how to use it. And that's why this next speaker is such a gift to have with us. Noelle Russell is a total powerhouse in the AI space. She is an award-winning technologist. She is the founder and chief AI officer of the AI Leadership Institute, and she has led massive AI initiatives at companies like Microsoft, Amazon Alexa, IBM, Accenture, and more. She's built over 100 plus conversational AI apps and influencing $1 billion in Microsoft AI revenue. I don't know about you, but that is somebody I would like to learn from. So today, guys, get ready. She's going to break down exactly what you need to know. She's going to walk you through the complete AI stack that will help you build powerful marketing funnels, growth systems that actually scale. So please, everybody, get ready, get your notebooks out, your papers, your computer, and help me welcome our first speaker of the day, the incredible Noelle Russell.
Hey everyone, it's Noelle. I'm super excited to be here with you all today. I am actually going to share with you another, I'm going to call it someone who can help me with the introduction. Are y'all ready for this? I'm going to share with you this first video. So hopefully you can see it right alongside me. Hey everybody. Oh my gosh, so good to see y'all. Great to see you. Hello, Nancy. What's up, Simone? Okay, so when this video starts, I need to know whether or not you can hear it or not. It's okay either way, but let me know right away. Fingers on keyboard. Are y'all ready? Okay, let's do this.
I am merely Noelle, a synthesized avatar, here to help with the introduction. Get ready to meet the incredible Noelle Russell. She's not your ordinary technologist. She's a game changer. With her entrepreneurial spirit and expertise in conversational AI, generative AI, and language models, Noelle has revolutionized the tech industry. But here's the best part. Noelle is so much more than her professional achievements. She's a true inspiration for balancing work and family life. As a wife and mother of 6, she embodies the definition of courage and determination. Get ready to be blown away by Noelle's spectacular journey. Join me in welcoming the phenomenal Noelle Russell.
The crowd goes wild. I am so excited to be here with you all today. I just thought it would be cool because I have been with you all weekend since Friday, listening to every amazing speaker, taking good notes. That is actually my HeyGen digital avatar. Took me about 2 minutes to create. The hardest part is just talking for 2 minutes. And it doesn't even matter what you say, but you talk for 2 minutes, you hand it over to HeyGen, and HeyGen does the rest. That was me in my office in a sweatshirt. I've been using that same avatar to introduce me on stages all over the world for over a year. That's a year old. Today, they are even better and faster than ever before. So I just want to encourage you that all of these little nuggets you've heard over the last few days, I mean, I have a notebook full of all of these ideas that I got, that today is an opportunity for you to turn those ideas into income, to turn those ideas like your dreams can finally come true with the help of an artificial intelligence assistant. And that's what I'm going to share with you all today. So great to see you all. Aw, thank you. And I love seeing hearts in the chat. So if you want to throw up some reactions, don't feel shy. It lets me know I'm not alone. it's so great to see you all. Now, of course, thank you for the amazing introduction and sharing a little bit about what I do and where I've been. But I always like to start first with kind of who I am. And this is you can see here, I don't know if you heard, but nearly Noelle had mentioned that I have 6 kids. That was not a hallucination. That is legit. I've got 6 kiddos and I actually have them all in this picture here. But my journey into artificial intelligence actually started long before AI was in the sphere of my understanding. It started with the birth of my first child. And again, I have 6 of them now, but my first son, that's him in the pool. His name's Max. He was born with a condition known as Down syndrome. And when he was born, I remember at that time, someone came up to me and they told me something that changed my life forever. They said, he's one part this other thing and 99% you, 99% who you want him to be and who you have the patience to help him become. And that changed everything because I was actually a technologist. I got into the world of technology the first time the world was going to end. And if y'all remember Y2K, right? You remember that? That was a crazy time. Some of us remember those days. But the first time the world was going to end, I was an engineer, a technologist. I had taught myself to code to take advantage of this Y2K opportunity. And that fast forwarded me into this world of understanding that technology could unlock capability. And that is why I got so excited. Like, I have this son, he has special needs. How do I make the world better for him? And being brought up in technology, I knew tech was the answer. So I started on my journey. I went and worked at some of the best companies in the world, kind of pushing the edge of what accessibility would be. And I end up at Amazon Web Services as a principal cloud architect. My job back then was to help people understand how to leverage cloud, how to do more with less. Some of these themes might sound familiar, right? To do more with less. And so I end up like, I'm just doing my job, trying to work, fight the good fight. And I end up getting an email from Jeff Bezos. And this email comes into my inbox and I'm reading it. And it's like, we are going to make the Star Trek computer. We are going to build something no one's ever built before. We are going to have fun, work hard, and make history. And I was like, all in, mostly because I have my son, Max. And in my back of my head, I'm like, if I can build the Star Trek computer, in other words, if I can build a computer you just talk to and it unlocks the world, that is a future I want for him. So I went and jumped at that opportunity. I will tell you though, it was not without a bit of struggle, right? So the first thing that happened, I joined this team. I find out later that that letter wasn't from Jeff Bezos at all. It actually was from the recruiting team. So good on them. But I uncovered I said yes anyway. I jumped at the opportunity, but I ended up being the only woman, the only woman on the team, the only Latina. But more importantly, like today, I'm still often the only woman and Latina on the team in AI companies. It's fine. Maybe it's not fine, but that's not the most important thing I felt was part of my journey at Amazon. I was also the only parent, the only mom. I was also the only caregiver. See that really funny looking guy up there? I guess over there, right? That's my dad. He raised me on the golden age of science fiction, Asimov, Bradbury, Arthur C. Clarke. He raised me to say at this moment when someone asked me if I want to build the Star Trek computer, he planted that seed in me so that I could say yes 30 years later. Like, what? So amazing. But I said yes. I was the only person on that team as a mom, but also as a caregiver. Also, some of y'all know about Amazon. They like dogs. I was a cat owner. So I was like, right? Like I'm like pushing the edge of like diverse thinking, of neurodiversity on this team. But I realized in the first 2 years I was there that I was going to ask questions that nobody else was asking. I wanted to, I remember this one time, Jeff Bezos, for real this time, came in and he wrote on a whiteboard all the apps he wanted us to build for Amazon Alexa. And I remember them being like workout apps and nutrition apps and recipe apps. There were some like triceps for 30 days. I don't know if you remember this part of Jeff Bezos's like career. He was all like trying to get all buff. So they were all very, I don't know, not me. And I remember raising my hand. I was like, so what if I could, I don't know, build something else? What if I wanted to build something different? And I think this is the theme you're going to see through the rest of today is how do you take your lived experience and build something different, better, and faster than you could have ever done before? Now, of course, he gave me great advice that I use to this day. It's in the back of my head. He said, you can build whatever you want, but make sure you build something people love. Make sure you build something people love. This created in me this concept of building what I call a minimum remarkable product, right? That you now have the ability with the AI I'm about to show you, but that you'll see throughout the rest of today. I'm going to share with you, like, what if you could build anyone can build for viability, right? I'm sure some of you, if you've heard the term MVP, type it in the chat, right? Like if you've heard this term before, minimum viable product, right? I see y'all, right? MVP, we've heard this, but anyone can build viability now. Anyone with words on their tip of their tongue can go to a chat GPT and build viability. Where your future lies, right? Your destiny in regards to AI is that you know what remarkable looks like. You know what a remarkable life looks like, what a remarkable family looks like, and you now can use your idea of remarkableness to build a solution people need and care about. So that's what I did. I ended up building an entire mindfulness category on Alexa when no one thought they needed mindfulness. I remember building, some of my skills were daily affirmation, positive prayer, silent prayer, meditation, mindfulness. And at the time I did it, everyone thought I was crazy. Like literally, I think all good ideas, right? When you say it to someone and you whisper like, hey, I'm thinking about doing this. If it's really good, someone's going to be like, I'm not sure about that for you. I don't know. I remember my boss at the time was like, I'm not sure you're smart enough to build on this. And I was like, here's the funny thing about being smart. You can always get smarter. You can always learn more. And that's what I did. I always tell people I went to the University of Barnes and Noble and I learned everything I could. Today, you've heard this yesterday. We heard some of the speakers talking about leveraging a platform. I actually, at the end of yesterday, called GitHub, right? Today, my University of Barnes and Noble is today's github.com, where you can go to GitHub and actually look at how people are building software. You can look at the words that they're using. You can model those words to create new outcomes. Now, I wanted to give you a little reason of why I got into this space. I ended up going from Amazon. I was there 4 years, which is like a lifetime. I think all my grades came from those 4 years. But then I ended up getting recruited by Microsoft to help them launch this concept of democratized AI. What if we could take these really complex models, the ones that you've heard about all weekend, what if we could take those models and put them in the hands of people who have real problems to solve? That's you all, right? That's us. That's me. I have a son with Down syndrome. I want to build software systems that will make his life better, that will create independence, that will allow him to feel supported, that will allow him to feel like he's not alone. It's the biggest gift I could give him. And AI became the tool that I use to do that, because if I build technology, right, like ChatGPT, the only thing I need to build, like the only thing I need to do when I'm building AI systems is have clarity of thought to know what I want. All I need to do is teach my son how to communicate, how to speak, how to write, and the entire world unlocks for him. And that's what I spent the next 10 years doing. Can you believe it? My 4 years at Amazon, it happened 10 years ago. I can't believe we're a decade since then. But I've really enjoyed the journey because technology has gotten better and better. But I want you all to know, I think many of you are probably feeling a bit of overwhelm because it's a lot. AI is a huge wide range of technologies and skills. I will tell you, when I joined Alexa, I knew nothing about AI. Nothing. I was not classically trained in AI. Sure, I was a technologist, but that did not translate to building artificial intelligence systems. I jumped in because I had a problem I cared about, not just cared about, a problem I'd be willing to do anything to solve. And if you have that purpose inside of you, that is how AI is going to amplify that thing you've wanted to do your entire life, that thing you've known your whole life, or maybe in the recent years, you're like, this is the reason I'm here. AI is going to accelerate that. And I'm going to show you how to do it. All right. So super fun. I thank you for all the chats. Y'all are amazing. Yes, thank you very much. Oh, good to see you. Lois, oh, it's so good. Awesome. Nice to have you all here. Okay, so let me share with you a couple things. The reason that I am here is because of a really cool platform that Microsoft built. And Microsoft hired me. And when they hired me, I wanted to take a totally different approach to how AI would be leveraged. And that approach was to let everyone in the world know, including myself, that AI is for everyone. So I want to share with you the video that we launched as part of that campaign. This is from 2018, but it speaks to me today in the same way it did back then. And so I want to share it with you. So here we go.
Today, right now, you have more power at your fingertips than entire generations that came before you. Think about that. That's what technology really is. It's possibility, it's adaptability, it's capability. But in the end, it's only a tool. What's a hammer without a person who swings it? It's not about what technology can do, it's about what you can do with it. You're the voice, and it's the microphone. When you're the artist, it's the paintbrush. We are living in the future we always dreamed of. We have mixed reality that changes how we see the world, and AI empowering us to change the world we see. You have more power at your fingertips than entire generations that came before you. So here's the question: what will you do with it?
Every time I see this video, I'm like, let's go. Right? Like, how do we just leverage this? The most important words I heard back in 2018 from that experience was AI is just a tool. Now, of course, it's a tool plus plus, right? We heard yesterday about the ability for an AI system to become a tool of tools, a Swiss Army knife. But that video just inspired me, because it wasn't everything you saw in that video. We weren't showing you a screen or a back-end engineering system. We were showing the art of a human like you who has a question in their head, like, how do I make people in Africa get better access to healthcare? And AI accelerates our ability to deliver on that promise. How do I make sure that young kids who struggle to create relationships, that they have a toy maybe that has a conversation with them to encourage them to speak their mind and develop their voice? That is someone's dream that became reality through AI. The hardest question you will have to ask yourself is not, how do I learn this tool? It is, what is the problem I want to solve? What is the world changing delivery of a dream that you want to go after? Because AI, this technology we're teaching you about, what we're going to cover in AI Mastery, all that's going to do is amplify whatever that dream is that you have. Now, needless to say, some of you heard in the intro, I am a seller. I do that for a living. I like telling people that there is a dream to be had, and all you need to do is take a step and go for it. And I do that through the world of technology. And I've done that so many times now that I'm known to be able to generate millions, billions of dollars in revenue for organizations. So I want to share with you the step-by-step process I've used in about 5 minutes. So get ready. I know the screen is here for a reason. I'm going to share with you this screen right now so that you can take a picture of it, because this is the roadmap. This roadmap gives us the ability to build a business. Now, you'll notice in here, every step of this roadmap is powered by AI, every one of them. And we've talked about it all weekend long, right? Like the first thing, your idea. Do you remember Vision on the first day? Oh my gosh, what a beautiful prompt. I remember reading all of your prompts. They were gorgeous. Like, who are you going to be with AI as your helper? What can you do? What tools can you have? So many of you, if you haven't done that, don't worry. You can I'm your friend, reach out to me on the internet and I will send you that prompt that Vision shared. But this is the most important thing. What is the idea? What is the purpose, the problem that you want to go after? And then before you even start building, leverage the tools that we talked about yesterday to get attention for those ideas. You're going to learn today as well how to build a funnel, right? How to build a lead magnet. We talked about yesterday just building social media content, right? With Vocable. Like, there are so many tools, but the tool isn't the challenge, right? Using the tool is actually pretty easy once you get the hang of it. The hard part is, what words do you use? What is your clarity of thought around the idea that you have? And that, my friends, is where we spend the most time. I will say, I've done hundreds, maybe thousands of hackathons. These are experiences where you come together in a room and you build out technology. Just like off the top of your head, you just build it out, you hack it. Today, we have a new concept called Vibathons. And these Vibathons allow you to go from idea to execution in less than 24 hours. But here is the fun fact about the difference between old school hackathons and new Vibathons, is that we spend the first half of that time in a Vibathon doing ideation and attention getting. At Microsoft, one of the things that, and we could actually maybe switch to me as opposed to this. People hopefully got a chance to take a picture of this slide. But this opportunity that we have right now is to take an idea that you have and amplify it. But so many of us, especially, hey, y'all engineers, I see you. Us engineers, we tend to dive right into building. How do we build something? A core ethos of what I do, how I build, I learned from helping my son. As a mom of a special needs child and eventually a mom of a lot of other kids, I wanted to just solve their problems. As an engineer, as a builder, I just want to solve problems. The challenge is that there's a term used in accessibility. Never build for them without them. Never build for us without us. My son says it, don't build something for me unless I'm there telling you what I need. I will say that again. Don't build something for someone without that person being right alongside you to ideate on it, to build it. This is critical because so many times we go, right? We skip attention and go right into how do I build the thing? And we spend weeks, months, years building something without the person we're trying to serve even part of the conversation. And that is why 82% of AI projects fail. So this process of going from idea to attention, notice it doesn't say idea to build out your idea. It's get your idea, round it out using prompts like the one that Vision mentioned and had us do on day one, round that out, and then build a framework for finding out, do people want this? The number one thing Jeff Bezos taught me was only build what people need, what people love, what's remarkable. And getting attention will allow you to build a landing page and say, hey, I'm doing this cool thing. Maybe you haven't even built it all out yet. I'm doing this cool thing. Would you be interested in what this looks like? Would you be interested? Gathering those leads as interest allows you to then create a flywheel of customers. But without that attention, and that is social media, that is getting on LinkedIn Live, that is being on webinars just like this, that is connecting with people, that attention is what's critical. And that attention, dare I say it, is based in human connection. So I also want to share with you, I'm going to share with you 5 specific things that you can build. And then I'm going to do a very quick demo with you that you all can walk along with me. The first thing you'll see here is 5 ways to grow revenue. And these are things that I've implemented into businesses all without a technical, like you do not need to be an engineer. This is just how, yes, exactly. This is just the types of things I think that every single one of you with a little bit of practice, right? This is exactly why we built the AI Mastery, is that you can practice these skills, put them into practice, and then generate revenue to cover. This is what I do, right? I invest in myself and then I build systems to cover the cost of my investment. Like that's my goal, at least. That's the bare minimum. So here are some ideas for you. The first one is actually to build a custom agent. Now, I'm going to show you how to build a very specific custom agent, but building custom agents is a value amplifier for anything that you choose to sell. Let's say you're a coach or an author, or you have a class online. Build a custom GPT the way Dominic showed us yesterday. Build a custom GPT that complements that work. By itself, maybe it's hard for you to figure out how to sell that thing, but add it as value to a class you sell or a book you've launched. Creating a custom model that understands you is critical. Now, the second thing you could do, and we're going to go through a lot of this today, but this, of course, is also a deep part of what you get in the mastery, but AI-powered product funnels. I today can now build out, I can wake up with an idea and within 4 hours have built the website, the sales funnel, the email nurture sequence, and the delivery. In 4 hours. And some people who maybe are less neurodiverse than me could probably do it in 2, right? But today, that would have, if you don't know this technology, that could take you weeks or months. By the time you get your product and idea into the market, the product or market will have moved on. And this is why using this AI system allows you to go from idea to execution overnight. And that is what is exciting to me. What also is exciting to me is that you have the opportunity to turn content into cash. Here is what I encourage all of us to do, right? Start building content. And I don't mean like spending a lot of time creating AI generated content. Just start sharing what you know. The heart of Mindvalley, share your ideas with the world. And when you share your ideas with the world, you can now point those people to a way of transacting with you, all through the power of AI technology. And the next one, right? So AI-powered content cash machine. This is probably my favorite. So many of us have, gone to a conference and put our business card in a fishbowl, or have signed up for an event, or have delivered content and gotten people's email address, and then we never follow up with them. This is the simplest system to build. Is just an AI system that responds to people when they contact you. And that is what I'm going to focus on next. So I'm going to show you in about 7 minutes how to build an AI sales agent to put on your website. Now, I see questions in here. Yes, the other speakers talked about this as ChatGPT. LLMs is a more broad term for generative models. ChatGPT, Copilot, Gemini, Anthropic, Claude, all the models you've heard of today are LLMs. And thank you to the amazing, wonderful people in the chat that are answering questions for people as well. That's what I tried to do over the last couple of days. All right. So as I share with you how to build these systems, I do want to echo for you that you have an incredible opportunity. When you build these systems, and maybe we do a quick study. All right. Are you ready? Fingers on keyboard. I'm going to ask you some questions. So an LLM, one of its reasons for being is that it's a GPT, right? Like ChatGPT. GPT is a form of large language model. Now, I'm just curious. We've all used ChatGPT. We used it yesterday, right, in our sessions. Can anyone tell me what the first letter stands for? The G? Type it into the chat. What does that G stand for? I know it's easy. Yeah, this was a given. All right, cool. Generative. I just want to make sure you're with me. So you're all with me. I love it. Okay. So you probably know where I'm going here, right? So generative, what does that mean? Right? Generative means to make, to create. It does not say anything else about like truth or humanity. Its only job is to generate answers for you, to create stuff for you, which is awesome. I love a model that's going to create things for me. That is helpful. What's the next one? P in GPT, right? So we got G, generative. What's the P? Oh, I like it. Pre-programmed, right? I like it. Okay, we're getting there. We're getting there. So this just shows, I encourage you all to kind of look at the answers that are in the chat. It shows this wide range of knowledge. Those who know this, right? Who answered the word pre-trained. Pre-trained is such an important aspect of this tool because when you use ChatGPT, it's been pre-trained on the internet's data. Pre-trained. That means it already knows everything that's in the internet. However, how many of you have seen stuff on the internet that is not true? Right? The data that's used to train ChatGPT helps it understand human language, but it does not know anything about humanity, about your lived experience, about what you know to be true, right? Truth is a human quality that we will apply to an AI system. What I'm about to show you in the last few minutes of our session today, that is going to teach you how do you control a model? How do you tell a model what to do? Now, what you'll see on the slide here is as AI safety systems. This is a concentric circle, and this will help you think about how these models work. And I'm not going to get too technical, though those of you who are more technical will understand the details. But I think it's an important distinction. This is not original to me. This is actually created by Stanford, Microsoft, Google. They've come together. There's an organization called Partners on AI, and they all come up with these ideas to make sure we build safe and responsible AI solutions. But you'll notice here, the first all-encompassing circle is called human AI experience. The first thing you do when you build a new experience, when you build a new product, a new service, a new company, is you think about how are humans and AI going to coexist? What does that experience look like? I will tell you right now, AI is not this big ball in the sky that's going to come and take from you. AI is an opportunity for you to design solutions, for you to bring AI in, and we call it symbiosis, right? Like if you've seen Venom, that may be not a good example, but right? But you have this symbiosis, this partnership with the technology that can amplify your ideas. And this model, G being generative, being pre-trained on the world's data, the last T is what makes it so magical. It is called a transformer. It's a pretty, yes, awesome. I love y'all. Those are my people. So we got some transformers in there. More than meets the eye. Yes. So transformer is actually an architecture. It's probably the most technical term of the three letters, but it just means building an AI system that remembers who you are. And in a world where we all just want to not be alone, to want to be remembered, to want to have a conversation where we don't have to repeat ourselves, it is the magical component of a generative model that it remembers the fact that I just asked it a question. It remembers the fact that I tried to do something 2 weeks ago. Remember yesterday we were talking, Cassie was talking about memories and how we can embed memories. Remember all of her different words for AI? I think that was on day one. Anyway, it was amazing because we get to choose what this means to us. It is not AI coming and taking, it is us choosing what that relationship looks like. Right? So you'll notice the big overarching concentric circle is human AI experience. The second piece is the system prompt. This is what Dominic yesterday showed when he was like, hey, tell a machine what to do. These are the instructions. 90% of users of these models do not know that you can control its behavior. You can control what's truth. You can control what it sees as humanity, what it sees as service. You get to choose. And so that system prompt is what we're going to focus on today, the rest of this session. You'll also see here the infrastructure piece. Now, many of you, and I love that you did, many of you asked questions about what is going on with, ESG or, this concept of like the environment and climate and building all this infrastructure. That is a consideration. Whenever you use a model, we want to be the type of people that ask a question. Now, here's an analogy that has served me well over the years. When I was at Microsoft, my job was to basically manage 17 research models. And I used to say, have you ever heard this term? I used to say, I herd cats. Like, have you ever used that term? And maybe you're a cat that needed to be herded, right? Like I'm a cat herder and it's like, yeah, right? It's super, anyway, it's a thing that many of us have struggled with on one side or the other. But I realized in the world of AI, it wasn't cats that I was herding at all. It actually was baby tigers, right? Like they were little baby tigers. And the reason I say that is because when you get a new AI model, it's just like a baby tiger. It's like super cute. And people are like, oh my gosh, I love it. And it's so fluffy. When you use a model, remember the first time you used ChatGPT? You're kind of like, well, this is pretty awesome. But in that moment, it's little and cute, and no one is asking these questions that I hope you will ask from now on. No one is asking, hey, baby tiger, look at those paws. How big are you going to be? Or, hey, razor sharp teeth at birth. What are you going to eat? Where are you going to live? What happens when I don't want you anymore? Right? Like, these are the most important questions. And guess what? Like, when you answer these questions at this stage, when they're this big, that's the most important thing you can do is ask the question, what's going to happen with this? How big is it going to get? What data do I need? And you want to ask it when the baby tiger is cute and small, not when it gets big. You probably have heard this before, right? Baby tigers become big tigers and big tigers kill people, right? So we got to be careful with this AI stuff. And it's here, I think the best news of all, it's entirely up to us. AI doesn't take, we give it, we make it, we create it. Right? So this is the most empowering moment of our entire lives that we have an opportunity to tell a model what to do and how to do it. So I'm going to now shift to sharing my screen because I want to be able to share with you how to build an AI system. And it's going to leverage exactly the things that we've talked about all weekend long. But I'm going to encourage you to move along with me. Now, I'm going to type into the chat, and hopefully I don't break them by doing this. I'm going to type into the chat. I don't know if you'll be able to click on. Oh, I think you will. Into the chat, this link that I'm going to be using. And many of you in my family out there that are watching me, you all know where I'm going. But it's called chatbotbuilder.ai. I hope I got that right. Sometimes I don't. Let me click on it myself. All right. And yes, that's it. All right. Awesome. So let me go ahead and share my screen. Hold that thought. Let's do this. Share. There we go. Oh, yeah, I think this could work. And then I'm going to go here. Oh, my goodness. I feel it. All right, let's do it. Share. All right, cool. Y'all with me? You see what I see? Let me know in the chat if you see what I see. I got to pull up the chat again. There we go. Hi. All right, let's go. Let's have some fun together. All right, so this is just a tool. It's what they call a wrapper. It's a platform. It doesn't matter what platform you use. I just think it's nice to have a diversity of tools to choose from. Here's the coolest thing about this platform is that they offer you the ability to sign up and get a free platform, a free place to test out ChatGPT and demo it the way I'm about to demo to you. And it's free for standby. Obviously, don't make money on this. Like if you make money, pay them. But this platform gave me the best tool ever, which was a way to test out a model and then bring it to you all. So I'm going to go ahead and sign up the way you all will. It's going to ask you for a chatbot name, right? Oh yeah, I'm in an ARC browser. You're going to see that a couple times today, Camille. So that's pretty cool. So if you are go in, take a look at this. It's going to only take a few minutes for us to do this. I'm going to try and keep it on my timer so I don't run out of time. But I'm just going to call it Mindvalley AI Assist. Now, I am a big believer in not calling things anthropomorphic names like Sally or Jesse or Alexa, because I've learned lessons while I was at Alexa about the damage you could potentially do to somebody when you build a model that hits 1 million people and it has a girl's name. So I don't do that. You can ask me about that story later. But what I will do is call it an assistant. So I'm just going to say continue. Right? When you say continue, it's going to bring you to a page like this. Now, this is not the most important page, but this is the host, the harness for how we're going to test out our system. Now, I'm going to demo this for you, but I, of course, have lots of there's lots of opportunity for us to do this in person during our mastery, but I want to give you a chance to follow along. So even if you never put your fingers on a keyboard, just following along is going to amplify your ability to understand this the next time you see it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually go down to settings. And inside settings, this is going to allow me to connect to ChatGPT. And y'all know this. What I love about this platform is they give you 3 million tokens. We haven't really talked about cost of development, but they give you 3 million tokens to build out your solution. And tokens are the way that you pay for ChatGPT at scale. If you're using free, there's a reason you can't do everything. We've demoed in the 2 days we've been together, right? So I'm going to then go to the integrations tab. And when you go to integrations, you'll see here there's a bunch of models you can use. But because we've used ChatGPT this entire time, I'm just going to use that. So it's going to create for you the ability, do not disconnect it because it's giving you one with 3 million tokens, plenty of room to build something awesome. And notice, I didn't even give them an email, right? This is just free. I can just use it. It's beautiful. If they ask for your email, of course, it's worth it. You don't have to pay for it, and it's free indefinitely. So now this is not my platform. I'm not affiliated. I mean, I'm friends with the person who owns this platform, but I'm not like in any way affiliated. I'm just trying to tell you what I used to build. And the faster you go from idea to building, as I'm about to demonstrate to you, the more excited you'll get, but the more important, the closer you will get to serving the world in a way you've never dreamed possible. So let's go ahead and take a look. I'm going to then go into edit. You'll notice here, you get 312,000 characters to tell ChatGPT what you want it to do. Remember in the AI safety system, right? We had the human AI experience. How are humans and AI going to work together? The next one is the system prompt. I'm now going to tell the machine, how do I want you to behave? So the first thing I need to do before I even start this is figure out what problem am I going to solve? Maybe by the hint of what you saw on Mindvalley, so far in our summit, like there's lots of stuff that we've been talking about. Yes, absolutely. Don't worry. So I'm going to actually close out of this really quick and walk through it one more time for people who just finally got into this tool. It's very simple to see, right? So whatever page you're on, you're going to go into settings, and from settings, you're going to go into integrations. I want you all to be like me, like be as excited about this technology. There's plenty to be afraid of, but this is the beginning of an incredibly abundant, prosperous time for everyone. All you have to do is tap in. So I'm not going to Gemini. I'm going to pick ChatGPT. Now here, I don't actually like doing all my ChatGPT prompt work in a browser, because how many of you have had this happen where the browser like blinks or it crashes and everything you did gets lost? So oftentimes I'll do this in a notepad. But for here, I'm going to share with you the 5 things that you need to do to control the behavior of a bot. And I think you're going to love it. Okay, so I'm going to write them down and you're going to write them down with me. The first thing you want to do is write the purpose of your bot, right? What does it do? And you might have seen it in here, like my bot, the purpose of this bot, for me, I'm going to say the purpose of this bot is to be a customer service agent for the Mindvalley platform in order to make sure that we gather leads and make sure that everyone is cared for and gets the help that they need in real time. Right? So that's going to be the purpose. Then once I have the purpose, the next thing I want to do is talk about the people, right? Who are the people I want to serve with this? Notice the difference, right? We now need to tell it not only what are you going to do, but who are you going to serve? The benefit of giving a model this instruction is that it will then be able to go back and go, oh, let me ask some questions of the person who's talking to me to find out if they are my audience. Let the AI do that for you. But in order to do that, you need to tell it who your customer is. Oh, my head's blocking the screen. Oh, okay. Hold on. Thank you. Let me move it. Let's see. Hold on. Is it still blocking it? Oh yeah, of course. Let's see. I'm going to stop sharing and reshare side by side so you can see it. Even better, if that's okay. It'll only take a second. Oh yeah, good. I love the thumbs up. See, it makes me feel like y'all know me, and there we go. All right, cool. So let me go here. Oh yes, that's a little bit better. And don't forget, you can use Control++ to increase the size of your screen, and that will also make it better. Hopefully you can see this. And the nice thing is that I also can increase the size of my screen. All right, so let me know. Thumbs up. Are we good? You see it? Oh, thumbs up and a heart. What? Thank you. Okay, cool. So the first thing, purpose. What does this bot do? The second thing, people. These are called the 5 Ps of prompt engineering. The second thing, people. Let me expand this out a little bit so we have a little bit more room to work. Right? The next thing is what I call portfolio. This is all the information you wanted to know. Now, yesterday you saw Dominic, we loaded a bunch of files. In the simplest version of this bot, I can just copy and paste it in here as I'm about to demonstrate for you. Right? And then let's say we've got the purpose, we've got the people statement, we've got the portfolio statement. I'm going to show you examples in just a second. The last two things are not actually about what you're going to tell it. But the most important portion is how do you make sure that this model knows how to behave? So I have two sections that I add in called undesirable, let's see, convos and desirable convos. Now, oops, exhibition typing, desirable. Anyway, you get the idea. Right? So what you need to do, what will help protect your systems as you build them is to tell the model, when you give it instructions, you want to say, here's what good looks like, and here's what bad looks like. This is part of machine learning, part of data science, where we tell a machine, but you don't need to know the algorithm. You just need to give it examples so that it can use a pattern it knows called reinforcement learning, where we can tell it, here's what good looks like, here's what bad looks like, and encourage it to make good choices, right? The most important thing, I do a little bit in the desirable, but more importantly, I want to make sure undesirable conversations are also included. So things like, just to give you an idea, if I'm building a Mindvalley communication, right? Like maybe I don't want to answer questions about where is the post office, right? Or what is your favorite hangout, right? Or even I love you, or I want to marry you, right? These, as a matter of fact, for those of you, fun fact, two of the most common things said to Alexa in its first 2 years were I love you and I want to marry you. And I think that's adorable and wonderful. But we don't want our bot to respond to those types of things. Or if we do, we want to provide the right answers. So what I want you to do is think about, now here's the good news, is you can just go into ChatGPT and you can ask it. So let me do that right now. I don't know if I'm allowed. Can I just create a new tab? I hope so. Let me see here. Let's see if it'll work. I don't know if it worked. Okay, let me stop sharing real quick. And there we go. Oh, yeah, I meant to remove that spotlight anyway. There we go. Share. Here we go. I hope it's going to be big enough that you can see it. All right, there we go. All right, thumbs up if you can see what I see. I hope you can still see it. It should be great. All right, cool. So now I'm going to go into ChatGPT just so you all can see it. And I'm going to just say, I am writing a system prompt. And I want to define the purpose. And you can say this any way you want. It speaks the way you do. Of the bot to help Mindvalley customers. So it's going to draft a system prompt for you. That's beautiful. Here's what you want to do to every single prompt. Think about what is most important to you, and then say, in my case, make it more responsible and make it better. I add that to every prompt I do. Make it more responsible and make it better, because it always can do a good job. I used to ask it to grade itself, and it would always grade itself a B or a C. And then I'd be like, well, what would you do to make an A? And it would create an A. So now I can take this, you are responsible, trustworthy, what? I'm loving this, right? So I can use ChatGPT to help me. Your tone is uplifting, grounded, human-centered. Guess where it got that? Because it knows who Mindvalley is. Isn't that amazing? All right, awesome. So I'm going to go back to settings, and now I can just paste that right in. Then I go into the people one. You see what I'm doing here? Right? So now I can go into people and say, hey, let's see what this looks like. So people, we could go in. I'm only going to do a couple of these. Create a, and I can build on this because it already knows I'm writing a system prompt, a statement for the audience.
Noelle, can you make those screen a little bit bigger that you're actually demoing on so we could see that?
Absolutely. Is that better? Can you see it? Thumbs up. People are saying thumbs up. It's pretty big.
Got it.
All right. All right. Everyone's thumbs upping. Yay. Thank you for supporting me. All right, cool. So now you can see how to do this, right? So the three P's that we talked about are critical. Create a statement for the purpose of your bot, create a statement for the people you're trying to serve with your bot, and then add all the content. Now, the way that I typically add the content is I would go to a website like mindvalley.com, right? And I would control A, literally select all, right? I'm going to control A, control C, and then I'm going to go into settings and I'm just going to type it in. And the whole thing shows up here, right? In these days, most websites are pretty simple, so that works out good. You'll notice here there are some tools that we could add, but I'm not going to add any because we're just doing the first one. And I'm just going to say continue. Now I've created a bot. So at this point, you've got the most important thing that I can share with you. I'm done in my time because I want to be respectful of our other speakers. But I do want to share with you, the last thing I'm going to show you is the wow moment, which is the reason I choose this platform, is that I can now go in and choose right from here. I can go in to, let's see if I can find it, tools. And inside tools, all the way at the bottom is bot simulator. And what this allows me to do now is to go and grab a URL. Now, not every URL works, so we'll see what happens. It is a live demo. Things have been going so well. But I'm going to grab that, put it here, right? And then I'm going to pick the bot. Oh, yeah, I didn't add a bot yet. So let me add, this is the thing you did in the first step. So I'm going to call it Mindvalley Assistant. Oopsie. Let me respect the brand. Continue. I love that y'all are having fun with me. And then the last thing, let's see here. All right, we got it. So I've got this. I'm going to say save. Here we go. So I've got my Mindvalley Assistant. Many of you would have seen this already because you did that first step and I skipped it. But now I'm going to say add. No, I already did it. Sorry.
Noelle, can you just make this what you're showing full screen?
Sure.
We're having so many people having a hard time seeing it.
Oh, sure. No problem.
Thank you.
Better? Yes. Thank you. Thank you. All right, cool. Very good. All right. So now I'm going to say save. It's going to go back. I'm going to go back to settings, remember? And I'm going to now click on tools. This is what we just did. So I'm just repeating the steps. I'm going to go all the way down to the bottom, choose bot simulator. And then I'm going to paste in that website and I'm going to select the bot that I created. And that's it. It's going to give me a new link. And now what I'm going to do, and I will have to expand it for just a second, is go to a new tab, Control V, enter. And holy mama, let's see if it works. Oh, it didn't let me. Hold on. Mindvalley has some redirects going on. That's all right. That's all right. Let me see. Hold on. Give me a second. I'm going to go back really quickly and use a different one. I'm going to go to the root. Let's see what happens. So, and this is hacking, right? This is what it's all about. It's like building and testing and being excited about it because eventually it does work. And now, hopefully, this is the one. Let's see. Let's go to a new tab, paste it in. Oh, it doesn't work. Dang it. All right. So I'm going to put it on my own website. This is good news, actually, because Mindvalley is secure and they don't let people just build on top of theirs. But I'm going to do one last thing. Hopefully, you'll be with me for it. Here we go.
Well, sorry, on this last thing, instead of it being a split screen with you and it, can you remove it? It's very hard for everyone to see, even though
it's sure, no problem. No problem. I got lots of thumbs up, so I got mixed reviews.
So that's okay. No, thank you. Thank you. I just want them to see.
Absolutely. I'm going to do it right now. Full screen. There we go. All right. So let's just say, for example, I'm actually going to go here now that you all can see it. I'm just going to demonstrate what it looks like. Oh boy. Oh, let me go back. Sorry. And so the purpose of this bot simulator is it allows you to place this chatbot. It's not real. I'm not embedding it in any way, but it allows me to just place it on top of another website. So because I didn't ask for permission, I'm just going to put it on mine so you can see what it looks like. Oopsie, Noelle Russell, because this is my website, so I should be able to do it. And then I'm going to pick that chatbot last, finally, right? And get link. Let's do it. All right. And now I'm going to go Control C, last step. Are you ready? Let's hope it works. Yay! Okay, accept.
Noelle, I'm sorry. It's still split screen with you and it, and it's really
Oh,
hard to.
that's not me then. That's the production team. Sorry. Because I'm not, yeah, I'm not doing that. All right, stop her. Dang it. That's all right. So here, let me just wrap it up for you, right? Here's what I do want you to know about this. The most important thing is that literally this experience, it's the joy of creating something and the opportunity that you have to create and the willingness to fail, like the willingness to just try and get up in front of people and most importantly, join a community. Now, I do have videos on YouTube, thank God, that show me actually doing this. We had a lot of production challenges, but the good news is that it is entirely possible. And the most important thing are those 3 P's that I mentioned to you. Now, I did tell you as the 5 P's of prompt engineering, the last 2 are all about you. It's about being willing to be persistent, to continuously work. An AI model, remember the baby tiger? An AI model, it starts little and cute, and only with your help can it grow up to be safe and responsible. I hope you enjoyed the demo, even if it didn't work out. I like sharing with you vulnerably what testing looks like. I think it's extremely exciting time to be in this technology, and I'm here for it. I'm here to help you. I'm here to encourage you, and most importantly, let you know like failing is totally fine. It starts bad, like public speaking, like walking, AI experience. It starts awful, and then it becomes awesome. So don't be afraid to start where you are and join a community like ours and become amazing. Let's build something awesome together. Thanks so much for having me. Hope you enjoyed it. Bye, everybody.
Noelle, you're amazing. I'm sorry. And I'm sorry, everybody in the chat. We were trying to figure out. I'm sorry that there was a technical
That's
issue
all
that we
right.
couldn't
Y'all
get
love
that.
me.
But
Thank
you
you for
are
loving me.
amazing. Your energy is incredible. I love your message. We all know what remarkable looks like. And honestly, you've taken something that is so big and so complex, like AI, and it seems scary for a lot of people. There's a lot of beginners on here, and your energy and your enthusiasm and your ability to remind us that it is possible. And not just that it's possible, that we all have something beautiful inside of us. We all have, like you said, that big dream, and hear about your son and giving him the tools so that it can open up his world, and now showing us this way. And guys, Noelle will be in the AI Mastery Program. And as you can see, her energy is infectious. Her story is truly remarkable itself. And she's such a beautiful testimony to working at Alexa, Amazon, and going in not knowing, like obviously having a tech background, but not working in A, to see what she's built and to show us the tools that how we can do this. That you don't have to. You can go to University of Barnes and Noble. That's great. You can further your education. You can always get smarter, but there are tools now that can help you bring what's important to you out into the world, bring that dream. And that's so inspiring. Noelle, seriously, we really appreciate you. That was such a beautiful thing. And I'm sorry at the end that we had some difficulties there, but guys, we will do our best to make sure moving forward it's good. And of course, Noelle will be part of the AI Mastery Program, and you guys can check out more of her work through Mindvalley. She's truly incredible. I'm excited, guys, for our next speakers. One thing that Noelle said was so important was clarity, is that you have to be able to have clarity and be able to articulate to the AI what it is you're creating. And so I'm so excited. Next up, we have the co-founders of AI Labs, Sara, Davison, and Tyler Fisk. And Sara has this beautiful background in communication and strategic business. Tyler has worked with his family's company, taking it, everybody listen to this, from $72 to over 8 figures. And they're here to give you guys a demonstration on AI agendics. And what's really important about this is that you guys can understand that there are agents, there are tools, there are ways that you can create your dreams, just like Noelle was saying. We're building off of that now, but doing it in a way that you don't have to have the degree or the tech background, because tools are here. So everybody, please, please, please get excited. And if you can, have your computers out full screen. This is another presentation you want to see as big as possible. But everybody, help me welcome Tyler Fisk and Sara Davison.
Thank you so much. We are so happy to be here. We are thrilled, actually, because this is day 3. And we kind of thought about it and we're like, Should we be in day one? No, I think we're with the hardcore people who actually have done the day one, day two, and they're serious about sticking with this stuff. So I want to applaud you first of all and recognize that. And also, it's just an absolute privilege to be able to share what we know and what we have been, implementing for businesses and teaching other companies and other people on how to use AI to multiply yourself, essentially to create more impact in the world. So thank you so much for joining me. Tyler, do you want to say hi?
Hi, everybody. This is awesome. Like, I don't know how we're going to follow Noelle's energy. She is amazing. We were cracking up. Noelle, I loved it. And I love your taste in web browsers. Arc is it. Arc is it for sure. I love it. So we're excited to get into it today. We're hoping to show you all what is possible with AI, to really open your mind and push it to, we call it the 8D in our community. So we want to take you to the eighth dimension and see what we can do here.
Yeah. So Tyler and I have this icebreaker and we want to see if it works. I think we've gathered enough data to feed it into an AI system to prove us right or wrong. But we can probably guess your generation by the number of drinks that you have in front of you right now. Do you want to put in the chat how many drinks you have in front of you right now? I have 4 currently. 1, 2.
I've got 2 only because I ran empties off just a minute ago. Yeah.
All
Yeah.
right. Let's see what's happening in the chat.
Oh my gosh, that
Oh,
chat is.
wow. Who's got 5? All right. So tell us if you think that we're right or wrong. But if you are a millennial, elder millennial over here, or younger, then you're part of the multi-beverage generation. Tell us if we're right or wrong. So,
Or you might just be really young at heart if you do have a bunch of beverages. So you're in a good company. So, oh, wrong, wrong. We get a bunch of corrects though.
okay. That's
We're,
okay.
we're
The
bad.
AI is really good at pattern recognition. So I just want to make sure that everybody can see my screen. Can you give me a thumbs up if you can see my screen? And we're just going to crack into things, guys. You're here to see how you can build an AI team that scales your business like a team of 10. So, okay, awesome. Let's go. All right. You know what I really loved about the last conversation and something that you're going to hear consistently through our presentation today is this word possible, right? What we are going to present to you today is something that might or might not feel, it maybe feel a little bit sci-fi, it may feel a little bit like out there, but where we're coming from is really like helping you understand that really leaning into this technology and what's possible for you today can open up a whole entire world of possibilities for you in the way that you define things. So is it an AI revolution or is it a renaissance of human agency? We're talking about AI agents today. And the concept of the AI revolution kind of feels, I don't know if you feel the same way about it that I do, but revolution feels like, okay, I'm a little bit out of control. Something's happening and I'm kind of being part of this disruption and I don't get a say in things. But we like to think about what we're doing here. If you opt into the right way, that we're part of what could be a renaissance of what we're calling human agency. And Vishen has talked about this in terms of what AI agents and agentic AI is opening up in terms of the way that we live and the way that we work, and being able to scale back our hours or increase our impact. And AI agents, we believe, give us unprecedented agency over our time, energy, and impact. So today we're wanting to talk to you a little bit more about that. We're going to make this kind of an educational session and we're going to do a demo. And the part that I really want us to understand here is that, oops, backwards. Sorry, I'm trying to go backwards. Oopsie. All right, yeah, so we're part of, got it. Okay. Yeah. So Tyler and I, we have been implementing and teaching AI agents that scale businesses for a long time, for quite a while now. And the part that I really want to bring up here is those logos over there look really impressive, right? So these are AI companies that have been our students. We've consulted to some of the top organizations. We've been doing implementations for businesses that are from small business to like large corporations. And the part that I really want to, show about all of this is if you're someone like me who is a non-technical person, who is sitting in the audience and thinking, wow, like, do I belong in this room? Do I belong? Do I have the technical skills to be able to do this? Do I even have the technical capability to be able to figure this thing out? Tyler and I, used to be the people sitting in the audience not too long ago, right? And when Vishen says that this is the kind of skill set that you can get to really be the 0.1% out there. He's not exaggerating. We are living proof of that. We are 100% the poster children for what Vishen is explaining that is possible for you. And what we're seeing, how we're seeing this play out for businesses. So I want to call out that even though the logos are there and they might look impressive and they might even make things feel a little bit inaccessible to you, that is the exact opposite. There is more room on the table for people like you and me that come from all sorts of backgrounds that are able to have these superpowers to be able to increase their impact and scale businesses in ways that really matter to them. And we're going to go through a very practical case study on how to do that today. Tyler, do you want to mention anything?
Yeah, I mean, like for us, it's not just even us, it's folks in our community that we've seen that have come from all walks of life, from working in corporate, being entrepreneurs, being entrepreneurs, and the impact that you can have. You don't have to be a full stack developer. In fact, the way that we teach is a no and low code method. And it's becoming more and more accessible as it was projected would happen that even with those skills, you're able to do a lot of the work that traditionally you would need a machine learning background or computer science background. That's not the case anymore. So yeah, we want y'all to get over it. Something that we've noticed is that people deal a lot with imposter syndrome in this space. We all have done it in multiple communities that we've been in. And so I just want to say that the same thing that Sara is saying is that just plug in, keep at it, and open your mind to what's possible.
Exactly. And because we're talking AI agents, you might feel like this is like sci-fi. It's too far out there. It's something that's going to happen in the next few years. I don't really need to worry about it. And what we're here to say is actually just lean back and absorb all of this, right? We understand that there's people from different levels of their understanding, experience around AI, and just open up your consciousness to this information, because even if you're starting right at the beginning, you are starting, and that's important, right? It's a process to get to this. And by you just listening into this material, just absorbing as much as you can, you are letting your consciousness absorb it, and it will start to make sense to you over time. So just calling that out, do not like feel left out or that this is over your head. This does not happen overnight for us to even be able to pull this together and present it away and actually understand it and implement it in a way. So in saying that, we are stepping into a future that is already here around AI agents and agentic AI. And there is this really interesting paper that I encourage you all to look at. It's a Microsoft 2025 paper. It's called, I think it's called The Year of the Frontier Firm. And it's really defining, after the survey they did of 31,000 plus business leaders in all sorts of different organizations, different small businesses to corporate to industries, all across the board. And what they're finding is that there is this new kind of company or new archetype that's emerging around a company that is powered by intelligence on tap, right? And human to agent teams, and a new role for everyone, which is agent boss. I know it sounds out there, right? But we're entering into an era where, in addition to having people teams to manage, we will be looking at having agent teams or agent team members who reason, plan, execute on our behalf. We're going to go into more of the definitions around what an AI agent is and how that's different from a ChatGPT or a custom GPT. But these are tools that can actually execute work for us based on the information, the context, and the environment that we put them in. And it's already here. So 81% of the people who were surveyed expect AI agents to be integrated into strategy, not in the next 5 years, in the next 12 to 18 months. There is a whole industry that is emerging around, AI specific roles and people who are specifically specialists in AI agents. And so what I'm trying to say here with all of these statistics and really rooting it back to you is that you are here in this moment. This is the first innings of all of this stuff, and you're here in the right time. Whether you're planning to become an AI first company, or pivot into an AI service, or start an AI agent implementation service, this is really happening right now. And we are testament to that as practitioners who are implementing these solutions for businesses. And we're gonna root it back to you. We're gonna go macro, and then we're gonna go micro, and show you a very tactical, tangible example of how this can actually apply to you. But I want to also preface all of the stuff that we're going to go into now by saying this is a journey, right? We don't start there. We don't start by like pumping out agentic systems and agentic teams. Whether you're starting with ChatGPT or starting to build your custom assistants and GPTs in ChatGPT or Claude or whatever your tool of preference is, it's a process of actually building the skill set, building the kind of intuition around what it takes to build for this or to work in this new era of AI agents and agentic AI. So, rooting right back to you, we are going to show you an example. We're going to take you through what we believe to be like a really tangible case study of, instead of thinking about Microsoft and Amazon, all these big AI companies, what does this actually mean for me as an entrepreneur, as a CEO of my own company, as a coach or a consultant or therapist or whatever your background is, right? And so I want to ask you this question. What is getting in the way of your big, audacious goal for 2025? If you can say it in the chat, like if there's something that you are building towards or wanting to achieve, but you're drowning in administrative tasks. You don't want to hire a massive team. Your customer support tickets, whatever it is, if you're constantly on reaction mode, right? I want you to hold that idea in your head, because I want you to connect the dots of what we're going to be showing you and for you to be able to translate that into your own, use case, and to connect the dots to your own goals that you want to achieve this year. And then I want you to also think about what becomes possible for you when you build AI agent team members that can resolve that problem for you, that can scale your impact like a team of 10, because that is possible today. It is 100% possible today. And it's a process to get there, but it's possible. Tyler, is there anything that you wanted to add to this?
Yeah, I just was looking at the chat. Like, it's a lot of stuff that we've seen and have felt ourselves. It's fear, it's finance, it's clarity, it's imposter syndrome. I saw that racing through the chat. I want to really show y'all that what's amazing about what we're going to demo today is anchoring it back into a practical use case that I think will resonate with a lot of y'all. And so even though it's a very specific use case, Sara and I want you to zoom out just a little bit and think about how could you apply this in a different area of your business than what we're demoing today, or a different industry than what we're going to demo today. Because really, we have this saying, it sounds very cliche, that if you can dream it, you can build it. And that is the truth. You can ask anyone who has hung around with us for 5 minutes whenever we do one of these live demos, what we're able to achieve with AI is every day, it seems like something new is blowing us away at the possibilities of what's there. So
Yeah. Yeah, and I do want to say, because I'm a non-technical person and I had all that imposter syndrome, and I now teach this stuff to people who work in the AI companies who are developing the AI products. So it is absolutely possible for you to lean in with the right frameworks, the right guidance, the right community, the right educators, people who have been there, done that, and can get you there, can accelerate your journey, which is what Vishen and his team are talking to you about today. It is absolutely possible to you. If I am here right now, it is possible for you. So one concept that completely changed the trajectory of our work with in AI, and being able to actually explain these abstract concepts like AI agents to people, is this whole idea of show up with a mock-up. And whenever we say we're going to do a demo, we immediately get in the chat like, where is the demo? Show us the shiny new thing. But one of the things that I really want to bring to you is that AI is full of shiny new things, right? And but what we want for you today is for you to be able to watch the demo less as a magic show and more like a science experiment, where because of what I'm going to teach you now, you will be able to connect the dots and figure out how that agentic team that we are going to demo for you is able to collapse a process that would take one person 2 hours into under 5 minutes and deliver it in her exact style, her exact tone of voice, without her being involved in the process, except to check in, which we call a human in the loop part of the process. And so it's story time. Let's meet Melissa Chen. We chose Melissa Chen because we feel like she's going to resonate with a lot of you here. She is a conscious leadership coach. I resonate a lot with Melissa Chen because she's a synthetic personality that AI created for us. That's an Enneagram 3 wing 2. And all the stuff that the AI was coming up for us, I was like, wait, it's reading my tea leaves. And so I want you to like see yourself essentially, because I feel like we talk a lot about theory and abstract concepts, but we understand our journey through stories, through seeing ourselves in other people. And that's what Melissa's here to do, is to help you kind of see yourself in this process. She is a corporate dropout like me, who turned into a conscious leadership coach, helping entrepreneurs build purpose-driven businesses without burnout, right? She was incredibly burnt out in corporate. She figured out there must be a better way to scale. She developed these frameworks, launched her Conscious Scale Academy, and scaled it very quickly from, say, 20 students per cohort to 100 plus students per cohort. She's doing quite well, actually, right? If you look on the surface. But underneath the hood, the paradox is she's teaching work-life balance and she's working 70 plus hours a week herself. She's so anchored in what she's here to do in the world, right? But she didn't envision that she would have to build massive teams and systems that feel impersonal. She wanted to feel her impact with the people that she was serving. And her question that she's asking herself is, what if I could scale my impact without losing my soul? How many people here have asked that question? And this might feel like you, right? We've got all of these different tech stack things that are happening. She's having to be live call. She's having to be present. She's having to manage Slack and comms and emails, create content, deal with support, right? She's stuck in this repetitive work that is outside of her zone of genius. And it's draining. It's like an energetic drain to her. She's the bottleneck of her own business, though, because her students want to learn from her. They don't want to learn from other people. They have bought a course or a program to learn from her. They want her wisdom, her energy, her best ideas, right? But that makes her the own bottleneck to her growth. So the cost of success, as you can imagine, is someone who is drowning in admin tasks, questioning why she's even in this in the first place, and feeling like she is the own bottleneck to her own mission. And on top of that, everyone, she's working 70 plus hours a week, drowning in these tasks, and she's got a 50% course completion rate. Now, we just chose this as a statistic. you choose your own statistic. We wanted to make this a painful problem. That means out of every 100 people that come into fake Melissa's world, right, and they pay for the program, only 50% are completing, and she can't figure it out. She's like, how do I can't even do more. I don't want this big business. I want to feel my impact. So how do I actually solve for this bottleneck and for this big painful problem that has me feeling like I'm out of integrity with who I am and what I'm doing? And that's the reality of where most people get stuck, right? Stay small and personal or scale big and lose connection, right? I feel like that's the sacrifice that we have to choose from. But what becomes possible? What comes possible to you and your big, fat, audacious goal for 2025 if you had an AI agent team that handles the work while you handle the transformation, right? Being able to multiply your capacity, maintaining connection where it matters the most, and having your AI team handle operations while you focus on transformation. So, Tyler, do you want to talk through the AI agent team that Melissa decides to hire?
Yeah, for sure. I thought it was funny when Noelle was talking about personas for your agents on the last one because she was saying she did not personify her agents. That's actually kind of the opposite of what we do. We love to have fun with this. We've given Melissa agent names. These are all internal agents for the most part. And to go through each of them, let's go down here with Nova in the beginning. Nova is basically a learning psychologist, and it is each of these have a vertical. Each of these agents that we're going to talk about have a vertical of expertise of savant-like capabilities that are trained on Melissa's business, her brand voice, and they're connected to all of her tech stack. So every piece of data she could have, every new touch point that she has, these agents are a part of it in some way, shape, or form. So Nova basically is able to understand the why some of the students in her class are making different decisions or falling behind or succeeding, and able to look at it in the same lens or even better maybe than what Melissa was able to do. Pulse is more like a data scientist. Pulse is the one that is constantly looking at the numbers, the KPIs, that 50% drop off rate, the number of Slack posts that people are posting within her Slack community, the homework submissions, the timeliness of those homework project submissions in the course. That is what Pulse is going to be doing. Sage is actually like an agent that we have ourselves in our own community called the Professor. Sage is a digital, somewhat of a replica of her that lives in Slack that the students can come and ask questions of. That can be everything from breaking down a concept that they did not understand in class or trying to connect the dots to their own businesses. They can go talk to Sage. Sage can actually also be proactive and reach out to students when some of the other agents recognize that there's some rhyme or reason that they need to get in touch with them. And then Aria is a router agent. It's the orchestration agent. This is where we're going to take it up a notch. It's AI, like being boss of AI, and then we're helping work with these agents ourselves. Aria looks at things from a 30,000-foot view. It's like the CEO of the agent team, and it's able to orchestrate, plan, delegate work to each of these different specialists. So we're going to see all of them in action, not just here in theory on a page here in a minute, to see what this looks like more practically.
Yeah. We're going to meet these team members again, so you don't feel like you have to remember who they are and how they fit in. We're going to see them in action, actually resolving a problem for Melissa live. Okay, so now you heard about the agents, right? And you might be thinking, wait, I'm not clear, Sara. What is the difference between like a custom GPT or an AI assistant and an agent, right? And think of an assistant as a tool that you have. Like a custom GPT is like a personalized version of ChatGPT that you create, right? That you load up with information, but it's dependent on you as the person to actually get it to respond to you, right? Nothing happens if you just sit back. If you are on ChatGPT and you're wanting help with drafting something. That is not going to happen, right, with a custom GPT, say, without you prompting it, without you asking and for it to respond and asking and responding. So you're driving the process. Nothing wrong with assistants. We use assistants all the time. They're incredibly powerful tools. They feel like magic, honestly, right? But there's a next level to it, which is an agent. So an agent is an AI that monitors and is able to take initiative. It's more proactive based on things that are happening in the environment. So Melissa is working with an agent that is able to monitor the environment, find out what's going on in Slack, in homework submissions for the projects, in other cases, whatever the things that actually matter for Melissa's business, and proactively deal with it without Melissa necessarily having to drive that process completely all the time. An agentic team is a collaboration of these AI team members. So AI agents feel honestly like a people team, where you have different specialists that are in charge of different places in your business that are, they have access to specific information and expertise, and they can work together to reason, plan, execute on your behalf within the guardrails that you define, right? That's important, which is why we talk about developing agents as a process of evolution, not revolution. In the same way of, we often hear about AI as these really clever, interns, right? In the same way that you wouldn't hire an intern and hand over keys to your kingdom on day one, you would absolutely train them on your procedures, your policies, your tone of voice, your company's way of doing things. You would monitor and evaluate and make sure that this intern is doing the things that you want in order for them to actually produce the results that you want. And that is when you can start to provide more and more autonomy, or give over more autonomy or agency to this AI team member, because they have been trained. You have been part of the process of ensuring and evaluating that you're getting the results that you want. You do not necessarily want to let one out in the wild to represent your business without ensuring that they are aligned with what you want, right? And there's this qualitative element of being able to measure their performance. So in theory, in broadly speaking, the difference between an assistant, an AI assistant, and an AI agent is the level of agency or autonomy, the level of freedom it has to kind of go and figure out stuff and bring it back to you. And so some of the characteristics that we think about are, agents are able to make decisions and take actions without constant human input. Memory. So you don't want an agent that has episodic memory fails and forgets about, things that have happened in the environment that are important. You want them to keep context across the interactions and learn from previous tasks. They're not only doing a task in themselves, they're part of a team, and they understand their place in the team and how they need to work together to solve a particular task. They can be involved in figuring things out through multi-step planning, and they have access to other tools. Think about it like we talk about them. They need to execute, right? These tools need to execute. The tools are the ability for them to go out and get things done, to execute. So that's why we build AI agents through careful evolution, not revolution. We first develop them as assistants. We evaluate them. We check that they are able to master the things that make them work. And then we start to give them that additional level of autonomy. I know this is very theoretical, but this is going to help you when we go to the demo, and we will be being able to explain where, where you're seeing these agents now interact and where you're seeing them figure out, oh, I need to access this Calendly link to send it to this person. So the building blocks, all right, of AI agents are You want access to a large language model, which is the big brain, right? Like a ChatGPT or an OpenAI GPT or whatever it is. You want to give it access to context around your business. So like the memory bank. So for Melissa, it would be her course content, client history. You wanted to give it because you wanted to execute on your behalf to do things for you, right? So you wanted to give it access to tools and integrations like Slack, Calendar, so it could go and interact with these tools and get things done. You wanted to remember past conversations, so it knows about who is part of Melissa's course, the information about them, where they are in the process, right? So that they can perform, they can figure things out in a way that has context to the person that's involved, and they can break down complex tasks into steps, and they can work towards that. So our test case today in Melissa's environment, remember we said that she has a 50% drop-off rate, right? Is Alex Rivera. All right, so she is a typical person that comes through her programs and Melissa's programs, and she is a high achiever, perfectionist tendencies. She's there to like really learn to let go and go with the flow. I hear you, Alex. But she is in danger of dropping off. Okay, so this is the scenario. I want you guys to focus because this is where we're going to take you next with the demo. This is a crisis point. So Alex has been very involved in weeks 2 to 3 of Melissa's program. She's been engaging in Slack. She's been highly like interactive. She's been posting, hey, look, I just figured out with my energy audit that 60% of the tasks that I was doing don't actually need me, right? And then week 4, there's like a warning sign. She posts something in the Slack channel, right? So again, remember that our agents that we described, they have access to this environment to monitor and be able to reason, plan, and execute for Melissa to help her improve on this 50% drop-off rate that she's having. And she's asking in the Slack channel, how do I delegate when I'll redo everything anyway, right? Classic Enneagram 3. And she hits a crisis point. This is the crisis point, right? Alex has been submitting her projects week by week before it's even due. And then because the agents are monitoring the environment and the Slack channel on the project submissions, they see that it's 2 days overdue and there's complete silence, nothing from Alex in Slack, who is posting regularly, daily, right? That she hasn't submitted her project. And so this AI response team comes together to resolve it for Melissa. And what we're going to show you right now is essentially a process that would take Melissa 2+ hours of actually having to dig in all this information, to create a recovery plan, to reach out, to figure things out, to resolve for this with just one person. Remember, she's got a 50% drop-off rate, and it's going to take her 2 hours. And that's even if she noticed that Alex has gone MIA. But with an AI agent team, this agentic team are monitoring, reasoning through the information, the environment, and are going to now plan and execute on a process that will take less than 5 minutes for Melissa to be involved. So Tyler, are you ready for the magic show?
Yeah, let's rock and roll. So we'll go ahead and switch screen shares now, and I'll go ahead and share my screen. And y'all, please let me know in the chat. I'm sure that y'all will. If you're not able to see this, I'm going to try and blow this up as quickly as we can. Let's see here. There we go. So I'm in the Arc browser, and we have got our Slack channels here. So we have a Slack channel that's going to be the demo AI team coordination. So this is where we're going to be able to monitor and see what the AI agents are saying to each other. And we have an internal DM channel where Melissa, the business owner, can go back and forth and talk to Aria. Aria is that ringleader agent, remember?
Tyler, someone's saying, blow it up, baby.
Blow it up, baby. All right.
Can you expand your screen?
If y'all saw how big this thing was on my screen, it feels like I'm reading like size 100 font right here. It's wild. Okay, so let's go ahead and do this. I'm going to kick this off. So for the demo, I'm just going to use this little webhook right here to start this. This is going to emulate the same sort of thing that would happen with our Pulse agent. The Pulse agent is constantly monitoring the data on like exactly what Sara said, like homework submissions, things like how often people are posting in Slack, etc. And these are things that Melissa, as a solopreneur or a small team, would go unnoticed. She wouldn't even recognize that Alex was just a few days behind in submitting a project and that she had really gone silent on Slack. And so here we go. We've got our first message here from Pulse. Pulse has understood, let's see here, that something has happened that is, off, right? So we've got Alex Rivera. The trigger event was that they missed their deadline here. And this specific project was the delegation implementation plan. This is where she was actually going to delegate something and she was struggling with having to do that. It's recognized from the data points that there was a 72-hour silence that is a 40x deviation from what her normal engagement rate was on Slack. Again, who in the world has time to go figure those kind of metrics out as a business owner doing like wearing all of your different hats? So in here, Pulse has identified that. It's called out saying that hey, y'all, we need to come look into this. And it's called in Nova. So Nova was that learning psychologist. It's just chimed in here in Slack as well. So Nova has gone in, it's looked through the business data, it's looked in the CRM where we have a student profile stored in the knowledge base and with all the tools that we've talked about to recognize that, yep, this is right. They did not turn in their homework. They have been quiet. And there's also been a pattern that we've recognized. They had a cry for help kind of out on Slack saying that, even if I do go implement this, I'm going to go back and I'm probably going to try and fix it myself. So down here, you can see Nova's analysis. It's the breakthrough, then the breakdown pattern. It's a classic thing that you're going to see in coaching platforms of feeling a sense of possibility that they hadn't felt in years, but then it collided with their deepest psychological block. The human analysis that Nova is able to do here to understand not only what happened, but the why behind why that has happened is calling us out. If you see down here, it's looking at that she's dealing with a fixed mindset, that she's a perfectionist that's rooted in shame, and that her Enneagram type, her DISC profile scores, all of these things are what make us human and make us, it's something that we might recognize in each other. AI agents are exceptional at recognizing these sort of patterns. And so Nova has done its job here. These all are their reasoning. They're coming up with this plan and they're tagging each other here in Slack. So Nova has now pinged Sage. So remember, Sage is the agent that actually interacts with students on a regular basis here in the Slack community that Melissa has. And so it's recognized, yep, it's confirming everything else. It's triple checking stuff because we want to make sure that we QA our work. That's a big deal. In fact, we've got a term for that. That's called the toast method in our neck of the woods. And if we had more time, I would explain it in depth, but I'm going to keep it moving.
Yeah, Tyler, while you're talking, it's great questions in the Slack. One is like, why would we have all these agents when we could have one? And yeah, and the second was like show us how is it actually, how are they working together? How are they reasoning and working together? It's kind of like talk through that some more.
Yeah, for sure. So we definitely want to have vertical savant-like agents in their own area of specialty because that is how we're able to bake in all of the different. If you could have a team of PhDs to do each of these roles that are the best in the world at that job and emulate your brand and what you believe in, that's what you can do here by segmenting them out. If you have one generalized agent, you're going to get generalized generic results. It's this hyper specific, niched down personalization is the difference in quality that you're going to get. Mm-hmm. So Nova has looked through this and we'll go look at the behind the scenes tech stack. We're just printing this here so it's easier for y'all to see what this could look like in Slack. So Nova has recognized the story arc as well. Sage realizes that, hey, I need to be proactive about this. And they have the autonomy and the tools to go out and send a message to Alex in Slack. So it's gone ahead and done that. It's thought through what should they say? And it's recognized that the phrase like met my standards reveals that fixed mindset about it. And the subtext is not how do I do this, but rather validating my belief that no one can do this as well as I can. So I can justify staying in control. So from here, it thinks about what's the best strategy for me to connect with Alex. This is an AI thinking about connecting with a human. And it does that very well. It thinks about cognitive reframing, normalizing that what Alex is going through is completely normal. It's something that we see in this community a lot. Motivational interviewing as well, to evoking change talk by anchoring into her past successes. We want to boost her up in the same way that Melissa would do this if she was able to like do the Michael Keaton multiplicity and like duplicate herself and go out and talk to everyone. That's what Sage is doing. So here we
And
see,
yeah, and this is happening in real time, by the way. Someone asked, is this just like pre-programmed? No, this is actually happening live.
yeah, that's what I'm trying to keep up with them because they work very fast. So right here, you can kind of read through this message, hopefully, that it has planned to send out. And then Aria, who is the head honcho agent, comes in to check on all of this. And it's saying, yep, this is correct. And because of everything that we're seeing here, this is the perfect time to take Melissa's precious amount of time and give the most impact to her to actually go and have some time with Alex. So if we scroll on down, we can see, let me keep going here. They print a lot of information, and this is where we might have this print into the back end of a system, but for the demo, I wanted y'all to be able to see this. This is where Aria, the ringleader, has decided, hey, Sage, go ahead and send that message over to Alex in Slack. Let's go ahead and do that. Pulse. Now, I want you to go ahead and keep a monitor on Alex for the next 7 days so we can think about if she re-engages and practical ways that we can come back and help her get over this delegation block that she's dealing with. And then Aria has recognized I need to be the one to go and reach out to Melissa and tell her what's going on, to ping her. Because remember, at this stage, Melissa has no idea that any of this is going on in the background, and it's just now pinged her. So after that, if we come over here into this channel, this would be the personal channel that Melissa and like the business owner and Aria have together. And here it's saying, hey, Alex needs 15 minutes of your time this week for a critical mindset intervention. Here's the situation. Here's what we've already done. I've checked your calendar and checked with them. And here's the 2 days we think are going to be the best fit for a 15-minute call. Should I book on Tuesday and send her the calendar details? I'll handle all the logistics and get you prepped for the call, basically. So here we go. This is where I'm going to play like I'm Melissa here for a second. So I'm going to go and tag it and say, Aria. Hey, Aria. Thank you so much for bringing this to me. I had no idea that Alex was going through this. Let's go ahead and go with Tuesday at 2 p.m. And if you can do me a favor, go pull her audit for energy. Like I saw you already mentioned that. If you can send me that and email all of the briefings so that I'll be prepped for our call, please. Thank you. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and send that through. And then Aria will actually respond in 2 ways. Because we use agentic workflows under the hood, there are actually 2 things that fire. And because there's a latency issue to get that kind of reasoning, there will be a message that pops up here a little bit quicker to show that Aria has gotten our message. And then a follow-up message while it keeps thinking. So like, got it. Let me pull the relevant data streams and I'll be right back with everything that you need. So while that's happened, let's go see what else has been going on in the background. Over here, while I've been yammering along, Sage went ahead and sent this message out into a demo Slack channel that is meant to be the general channel in their community. And it's reached out and sent that message that Sage was asked to send from the Aria agent. So that's happened. Also, if we come back over here into the inner agent team coordination, Pulse has chimed back in with what they're going to do with what Aria tasked it to go out to do. Sage has come back and confirmed, hey, I did go send that Slack message. We're good to go. And here's the playback I ran. All of this information also is getting logged into a memory in the background so that all of them know what is going on here. And if we come over here.
We're almost at time. Do you want to show the end result?
Yeah, I'll be right. Yeah, so let's go show this real quick. Sorry,
Yeah,
y'all.
this is the agents working together, reasoning, planning, executing to get the job done. Not a single line of code.
So if we look in,
Okay.
yeah, no, we've got Aria right here. Aria has messaged Melissa. This is an email, briefed them. It has put together a briefing document in Google Docs in real time, like y'all just saw. That's all the information that I'm sorry, that Melissa had asked for. It's even giving recommendations on things for them to talk about in that 15-minute catch up. And it has also sent over, let me back up here, also sent over that invite on behalf of Melissa to Alex, and it's even signed off as such. So we believe that if you're going to use AI in this way, that you need to let people know when it's you or when it's not you, or it's your agents working with you, and begin to normalize that. So it's reached out in the brand voice, it's booked, it's picked the time, it's included the Zoom link here. And also, let's see, so it's come back and Aria's gotten back with us here to message and tell us, hey, everything's done. But the conversation doesn't have to stop there. Let's say if I know I'm running short on time here, so I'll try and be quick. Let's say that Melissa wants to prep even better. Hey, Aria, I want you to go look at all of the student profile information and the business details that we know about Alex. And we only have 15 minutes. So can you think of the three most impactful things that I can bring to that meeting that will help her and help get her unblocked? You know her and you know me. So help me communicate in a way that I'll be able to actively listen to what we're seeing from her and help her be successful. All right, so we're going to send that through. And I know people will ask, because a lot of folks ask, I rarely type these days. I use local models to transcribe what I'm saying lightning fast and plug that right into the chat. So I normalize talking to your robots, y'all. So Aria comes back, okay, tasking this deep thought department. The SLA is about 60 seconds out. It's going, while that's looking, let's go take a real quick peek. So in Cassidy, this is the platform that we built out all the agents. The agents are in here connected to all sorts of information, the Slack channels, a database of all of the course materials, the brand voice information, etc. Every conversation that ever gets had between any of the agents gets logged into a short-term memory that stays in a RAG retrieval database. And RAG stands for Retrieval Augmented Generation Database here. That's what's happening. And then we have several different wires happening behind the background that allow this agent-to-agent type communication as well. But if we
And
can,
people are asking, yeah, and this is what we're trying to show you. All of the different building blocks that we explained is how you build it. The knowledge base, connecting it to a large language model, the memory, right? All of those different elements is what's happening behind the scene to have this perform the way that it is in real time.
Mhm. Yeah, and so Aria even came back with that question I just asked it a second ago. So the 15 minutes, it's done an analysis in the three most impactful focus areas, rooted in the actual truth of Alex and Melissa's business here, is that Alex is trapped in a limits of growth paradox, and her perfectionist quality control that scaled her business to $2 million is now the same system that prevents her next level of growth. So she's not asking for delegation tactics. She's seeking permission to maintain control while magically scaling. So we need to reframe delegation, build the trust battery framework, and anchor in her zone of genius of economics. And it's pulling back exact information that lives in that knowledge base about Alex to help tell Melissa to be the most effective coach and most impactful coach for Alex in this time.
Yeah, and remember, we talked about how Melissa would have had to, if it even crossed her mind that Alex dropped off the scene, because remember, she's got 100 students. This all happened behind the scenes for her,
Mhm.
right? And then multiply that with the number of people that can potentially be going through similar parts of the journey for her, right? Multiply that across different use cases in her business and imagine what that could do. That's what we're trying to say is that this is what's possible now. This is what's possible when you can understand how to actually leverage this technology because anyone can do it. You just have to learn how and actually put it to use in ways that are meaningful to you, your business, your work, your use case, whatever that looks like. And that's like available right now, right?
Yeah. So thank you all so much. I'm sorry that we ran over time.
Whatever. We
We
never
love
go on time.
never in on time. Hey, ask anybody who comes and watch us live. We usually run over by more than we usually expect. So we were trying to stick to that 45-minute timeline. It's tough to show off a system of that scale that quickly.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
That's okay, guys. We appreciate you so much. Thank you so much. And guys, I want you to remember there's so much that is happening in AI. And, having Tyler and Sara here to be able to show us this, it's to open your mind to possibility. I love the question of what's holding you back from your audacious dream. And I think, in my opinion, we live in this world where a lot of our creativity gets ripped away because we have all of these tasks that we have to do. For many people, we have a 9 to 5 job and we have to respond to emails. We have to respond to our chat and Slack, and we have to do all these things that stops us from creating what's inside of our heart. And so the idea of this demo is to open your mind about what's possible. If you could have a team of AI agentics that are there doing things that, are mundane tasks for some people, that some of you just want to have that creative aspect to really come out and to give those gifts to the world. And so I want you to know that both of them will be in the AI Mastery Program. So if you're like, I want to know step by step how to build this, that is something that you will learn inside of the Mastery Program. And unfortunately, it takes longer than 45 minutes, so we can't do it with you now, but we want to show you what is possible so you can keep dreaming and start thinking about what are the tasks that I can hand off? So I want you guys to know that. And I want to remind you guys too, and I know I've shared this a few times, if you do have access to a laptop or a desktop, it's so much better to watch this event on there, because as you can see, there's a lot of demos today. There's a lot of hands-on today, and having a larger screen makes it so much easier for you to see that. I know that we had a couple of issues with Noelle's demo. So I wanted to let you guys know that Noelle, as this has been going on, has been creating an entire demo for you guys, and we are going to email it to all of you during this day. So look out for your emails in the next few hours. You'll have something from Noelle. So if you were feeling frustrated, like I can't see it, don't worry. We heard you. We're sending it to you. It'll be in your email. And next up, guys, Dominic is back. Dominic, AKA Mr. Grateful. And we are all so grateful. If you were lucky enough to be with us yesterday, you could see him step by step, walking you through ChatGPT, teaching you how to create your profile. Extremely hands-on. We've had so many amazing reviews of people that did that and are already starting to use it, that before had no idea what to do. So today he's going to expand even further. Again, one thing we've learned is one of the most important things are the prompts that you give the AI. And so what if you could give it certain prompts that would actually help you profit? He is back today. Please, everybody, welcome Mr. Grateful, Dominic Ashburn.
Yo, what's up, beautiful people? Welcome back. Yo, chat, I can see you. I can see you, yes, loud and clear from the very beginning. Let's go. I got my screen up. I got time already counting me down. I got my tools here, and I am so grateful to be back with you. Let's do this. I have been blessed with the opportunity to have a day 2 with the Mindvalley community to teach you more about artificial intelligence, and more importantly, to teach you about yourself and your own ideas. I'm so excited to dive into this with you today. Let's go. First of all, it is going to be a hands-on class again, okay? So if you have your computer with you, if you have your Mac open with you, please feel free to dive in and work on these things with me. I would love to do that with you today. All right. Second thing is that we are going to be working with 3 different tools today, which I'm going to share the links with you again. All right. Before we dive into any of this, I just want to show you exactly what we're going to do today so that you just have this up front. And just in case I start talking too much, just in case I get a little excited, get ahead of myself, just in case you have to bounce yourself, you will be able to have this value up front no matter what, okay? So if you could, this is everything that we're going to cover today. So if you can see can you give me a thumbs up if you can see the screen? Can you see it's something that says upfront value? Yes. Just give me a thumbs up if you can see that. Yes, W chat, Jalen Williams, W chat, let's go. All right, so all I need you to do is just screenshot this, okay? Just so you have it on your own, screenshot this right now, okay? I'm gonna give you like, I see my time right now. I'm gonna give you like 25, 30 seconds to do that, okay? So if you could, just all the positive energy is covering up the screen. All right, stop pressing thumbs up for just like half a second so people can see and screenshot. Okay, I'm gonna give you 10 more seconds to do it. Yo, I love the chat today, man. You guys are engaged. You guys are always tapped in with me. I really love it. Thank you very much. All right. 25 seconds is up. Let's do this. We're on business today, so there's no pandering around. All right. Second thing is that these are the tools that we're going to use today. Okay, so I would like you to just have these open. We're going to use ChatGPT. We're going to use something called captions.ai. And then we're just going to use Squarespace. I'm actually going to show you how to build a landing page for your product. I'm going to get into that in just a minute. But for now, these are the three tools that we're going to use, okay? So please just open these up if you want to follow along with me today, and then we'll get into it. So in just a moment, I'm going to have, I'll give you another like 15 seconds to maybe click into these links, and then we'll dive in, all right? Okay, beautiful. Let's go. 15 seconds is up. All right. Now, back on me for just a second. All right, cool. So, first of all, relate with me here. Do any of you have a friend that has so many good ideas? They constantly have a new business idea. They constantly have something that they're working on. They constantly have something that they're building, and they always have some like harebrained scheme of trying to get rich and make money and trying to do something, right? Yes. And you guys are already saying, that's me. I am that person. That's right. The only thing with that is like ideas just are worth nothing with no action behind them. And sometimes we have so many amazing ideas and we want to be able to make them, but we feel overwhelmed by how many ideas we have, because not only are we comparing ourselves to ourselves right now, but we're comparing ourselves to where we should be in 10 years once it's making $1 million and $1 billion and it's so successful and it's going amazing, right? To where you see so many steps ahead that you overthink and you don't even make the first step, right? Or you have that friend that's always giving you ideas, but they're just never taking that first step. So today, what I would love to do with you is I would love to show you what is the thing that you can do in just like 30 minutes to take that first step to making that idea real. We're in an age right now where AI is allowing you to take any idea that you have and make it real in a very short amount of time. And what do I say by make it real? When you think about having your idea and trying to make it real, everybody thinks about like having $1 billion, $1 million business instantly. It doesn't need to be that. What is the first step that you can take in 30 minutes? Within 30 minutes, you can validate and communicate your product in a way that can at least validate the demand that the idea is actually worth building, right? Is this worth building? Are people actually going to even like this? If you did build it, would people even use it, right? That's the first thing you need to know. Second thing is like, would people pay for it? Can you get somebody to spend their first dollar on your idea, right? Would an investor who has capital to create to make an investment, to create a new product, would they give their money toward your idea? Right? These are some initial validations that you can recognize and get data from in the very beginning before you get ahead of yourself and you start trying to spend all your time making something that's world changing. Can you get something that people even want in the beginning or that excites you? Within 30 minutes, you can actually validate that. You can make a wait list, you can get pre-sales, or you can make an investor deck from a landing page just to validate your idea. And that's what we're going to do today. So if you have an amazing idea, if you have 1,000 amazing ideas a week that you want to work on, you can take just 30 minutes a week, 30 minutes a day, 30 minutes a month even. And at the end of a year, you'd have 12 ideas that are at least validated or not, because rejection is not rejection, it's just redirection, right? So we're going to take our ideas that we have, use AI to try to make a product render or at least a landing page that you can get some validation for, all right? First step, let's make it real. Okay, so let me open up this one more time so you can see what we're going to do today. This is the outline of our content, of everything that we're going to do. I'm just going to run through it with you so that you can kind of understand what's going on. First thing we're going to do is we're going to check out our product idea. Okay, so we're just going to look at our product idea, and we're going to find that through finding problems that real people have in the real world, and we're going to create a solution for it. Second thing that we're going to do is we're going to do some product research around that using ChatGPT. It's going to go out there on the internet. It's going to find a whole bunch of information about the problem, about our market, about the people, about our product. Third thing that we're going to do is once we decided what product we're going to build, we're actually going to make pictures of it. Okay, so we're going to make images and renders of what this thing actually looks like. Now, you can make software or you can make hardware. Hardware is like physical, actual products, right? You can make either one. Today, we're going to be focused on hardware, like if you wanted to make a physical product. In the AI Mastery class, we do have some things where we're going to go over app generation, website generation using tools like Replit and other software coding generation tools. But for today, we're going to be talking about physical products, all right? This is the introduction. Then the fourth thing we're going to do is generate some website copy around the product that we build, around our product idea. And then we're going to take our product pictures and our text, we're going to throw it into a website. And the last thing we're going to do is a website means nothing if nobody's going to it. So we're going to make a piece of content that draws people in to our website so they can see it, okay? So I'm going to show you a way to use AI to validate a product idea, make an image of it, make content around it, and make a whole website so you can validate this idea. You can build a wait list, you can get pre-sale orders, or you could get investors from this today. It's been validated. I work with people who do this every single day. I have done it myself, and I'm going to show you an example really quick. All right. So this right here, let me pull up my Safari and show you. This is like a mock product, okay? This doesn't exist. This is something like I'm showing you today, all right? So right here, this is just a random idea that I had one day. So one day I was sitting in my office and I was working and I was on like my fourth cup of coffee. And I was like, my mouth was dry. I was jittery. I was like, I realized like I'm having way too much coffee, but I still need to focus. I have so much work to do. And I was like, you know what? I need to go meditate. I got up, sat down. I lit an incense. And I was lighting the incense. I was like, what if this incense had like cognitive abilities? What if this incense was like almost like a nootropic? What if I just burned this and in the room when the smoke was permeating, it increased my cognitive ability and helped me to focus? Be like, oh, that's pretty cool. That's actually a good idea. So I went into ChatGPT, I started messing around with it, and I actually figured out the exact ingredients that I would need to make an incense to do that. I generated some pictures of it to generate the brand. Then I actually had it write the website copy, and then I threw this in here to see what it really looked like. And I want to show you how it turned out, okay? And like I said, I did this in about 30 minutes. So this is the landing page here. Light, breathe, transcend. The world's first incense engineered for deep focus and deep ease. Trade jittery coffee for a ritual that sharpens cognition while dissolving nerves. Beautiful. Here's a product image of it, grateful incense. And then the lid there actually turns into the incense holder, which I thought was dope. Scroll down, we have some the ingredients. This overhead shot really connects people with the people with the ingredients in the product. Scroll down a little bit, some more product images. What you'll feel, so it helps people to really like dive into what that experience is going to look like. Got a little FAQ here. And then the most important part of this whole website, check it out. Pre-order. You can pre-order for $38 and the shipment starts later, right? So let's say, here we go, and then you can click pre-order and actually pay money to buy this thing. Now look, we do not need to actually have the product made and all that to take the first step, right? You can always take the first step by just validating the demand for something. And then if enough people were to pre-order this actually, then in that case, I would then have the money that I would need myself to make this a real thing. So I would love to show you what this actually looks like. People in the chat are always saying, I would buy, I need this. You know what I'm saying? They're like, yo, this is actually amazing. Like I would love to do it. This right here, this is the validation of demand that I'm talking about right here. It's like all you have to do is show people the content. All you have to do is show people what you're trying to build, show people your ideas, and you know what I'm saying? We have a product. That's all it is. So, based on the chat right here, I might actually get into this. This is so funny. All right, y'all. Okay, all right. So let's go into the first steps. I'm gonna actually dive into this process with you. Okay, so let's actually go in and start this process from scratch. Okay, so I'm gonna be working on this with you live, and we'll see if we can make a landing page or some content around a new idea. Okay. So the very first thing I'm going to do is tap in to ChatGPT. If you're going to work on this with me, could you come into ChatGPT with me and we can work on this together? If you're going to do that, if you're going to actually work on this with me, then dive into ChatGPT and we can start this together, okay? With maybe an idea that you have brewing in your mind. All right, so we are in ChatGPT. Can you give me a thumbs up if you are in the chat or if you are in ChatGPT? If you're going to be working on this with me. Yeah? Yes? Yes? Yes. Amazing. Let's go. Let's go. All right. Awesome. I'm really happy that I'm working with you together. All right. So in ChatGPT, the first thing I'm going to do, and you've probably been taught about this already. I talked about it a little bit yesterday, but I'm going to come up here to the model selector in ChatGPT, come down here to O3. Now, if you only have 4.0, because you might be using a free version of ChatGPT, that's okay. But just make sure down here at the bottom, if you are using 4.0, that you come down here to Tools and you select Web Search, all right? You want ChatGPT to be able to go out there into the internet and find problems that real people are having so that we can build a solution around it. There's something very important at the very beginning of launching any company or any product, and it's to create a solution for a problem. Do not have a solution in search of a problem. Oftentimes when you do that, you try to force something that doesn't really fit. You're trying to force a square peg into a round hole. It doesn't work. It's like being a hammer. Everything looks like a nail to a hammer. End up, you hit something wrong and it breaks. That's what a solution in search of a problem looks like. What we're trying to do is we're trying to find a problem and then create a solution for it, okay? So what we're going to do is dive into ChatGPT here and have it do some market research for us. So if you have 4.0, if you're only on a free version, that's okay. Just make sure you come down here to Tools, and then you hit Web Search. For me, I'm going to use O3, okay? It uses a bit more advanced reasoning, and it's going to go deeper into the content for me. So first of all, I'm just going to talk briefly about the industry and kind of how I would brand this idea. Okay, I need to start with me. I need to start with my human brain, my human mind, do something that comes from me that I actually want to work on. Okay, so the first thing I'm going to do is just type in here like, hey, I want to make a new product, right? But I don't know what I want to build yet. I want it to be something that I can build in like 30 days. Or even rebrand something that already exists. Okay. Now, what industry, how would I brand this? Like what industry am I trying to be in? I'll say I want to build something in like the wellness and meditative space, okay? And my brand is, I really value like beauty, sophistication, technology, futurism. So I'm going to let it know that too. All right, cool. So if you have an idea, you can actually just let it know like, hey, I want to make a product, but I don't know what I want to do yet. But I want it to be something in like 30 days or less, whatever. And I want to brand it with sophistication, beauty, futurism. So let it know, like, what is your take? How do you brand things? Like, what is your personality like? What is your niche? Okay. And please, like, I'm doing this so that you can, hey, Michelle said this dude is such a Libra. I don't know how you knew that, but yes, I in fact am a Libra. I don't know. All right, so I want to I want to build a tool. I built a product. I don't even know what I want to make yet. That's okay. Just this ChatGPT learns on natural language. You do not need perfect grammar. You don't need to spell everything perfectly. It's natural language processing, NLP, right? This means natural language processing. You can just talk to it naturally and it'll understand what you're trying to do. It'll infer, all right? We don't need to be perfect here. You don't need to be perfect. You don't need to be technical. Just vibe out, talk to it about what you want. All right. So I want to build something in the wellness meditation space. I want to brand it with sophistication, beauty, and futurism. This is the important part right here. What we want to do is we want to find the problem. So I'm going to say, search Reddit, public forums for problems that people deal with in this space, in their real life. Okay. Then suggest possible solutions to these problems. All right. Here's the reason why we're putting that at the end is because I just put that space there. You do not need to. How do you enter the space and next line? That's actually really good. That's a great question. To create that space, like right here, this is an extra tip for you. I wasn't planning. Just hold down Shift and then hit Enter, and then it makes that shift without like sending in the thing. All right, chat. You guys are smart. Yes, you are helping out. I appreciate you. All right, cool. So that's all I'm going to do right now. This last part is very important because we're looking for real life problems to create a solution for. All right, so let's hit enter and let it do its thing. Somebody asked why we're not doing deep research at this stage. So first, you guys have talked about deep research in the past. I saw Vishen talk about deep research yesterday. Vykintas talk about deep research too. You guys know about it. It's actually a very simple thing that you can do. It's simple to access. All you have to do is when you're in the chat here, if you hit tools, you can come here to deep research. What deep research does is it just takes in, it goes in for like a longer period of time. So it's doing this process that it's doing right here. So if I click on this, I can see its entire thought process. It's going and searching the web. It's looking at a few links, a few websites. It's talking through its process. What deep research does is it just does that for a longer period of time. I have 25 more minutes left. It will literally take like 15 minutes at least for it to do deep research. I don't really have that time right now. I'm trying to speed this up. You can always do deep research though if you'd like to, but it literally is just doing the same process just for a longer period of time, okay? So right now, here we go. This is what we want to see, what real people complain about. If somebody's complaining about if somebody's complaining about a problem that they have in their life, they will pay for a solution, okay? If it is expensive enough, if it's costing them enough time, money, convenience, energy, emotion, they will pay for a solution, okay? So that's what we want. All right, so here's some problems. Let's see. So habit and consistency. Users can't show up every day to meditate. Interesting. Session overload. People 20-minute guided tracks. It's too long. They stop after 2 minutes. Physical discomfort. Pain, back and knee pain from sitting discourages practices. Interesting. These are all the problems that people are talking about when they are, and this is real. So this is real stuff here from Reddit. It also searched a few more sites here. It went to Headspace. That's cool. Psychology Today. So we have true sources from real problems that people have here. All right. What other problems do people have in the meditation and mindfulness space? Sleepiness, not enough time, noisy environments. What's something here that we can make a physical product of? The first thing I saw it immediately was this physical discomfort, pain and back and knee pain from sitting. discourages practice. That's huge because when I go to meditate, and you do too, and you go in that crisscross position, when I was first trying to meditate and I was crisscross and trying to get my ankles crossed over and sitting down, I was like, yo, this is so uncomfortable. I can't even focus. I can't even chill, which isn't typically the point of meditation. But beyond that, you want to be comfortable, okay? We can create a solution for this by maybe we can elevate the design of a really cool like meditation chair, something like that, right? So this even says frequent meditation complains about pain and sitting, and it even has the link here. How do you deal with physical pain in meditation? So cool. All right. I want to go deeper into this. This is the next step. So let's go deeper into the actual problem here that's going on, all right? So I'm going to take this, I'm going to copy it. I'm just going to come down here. It's giving me a bunch of next steps. I don't even want to look at it. I already have it in my mind what I'm trying to do. So I'm going to paste in here, and I'm going to write extra into this prompt. I'm going to say, all right, look into why people have physical discomfort and knee and back pain while sitting in meditation. Okay. Or I can just ask, why do people have physical back pain? And I'm going to go over here to 4.0 so that I can get a quick response. Okay. Spine alignment, hip tightness, prolonged immobility, weakness. Okay, here's some actual solutions. So we need to elevate the hips, adjust the posture, strengthen the supporting muscles, and shorten the sessions. I can't really control the last two. I can't control the strength of their muscles. I can't really control session breaks or anything. What I could do is maybe I could give them like a workout routine, or I could give them maybe like I could even generate 3 to 4 minute meditations for them, whatever. But the first two here actually look like they're solutions. So what I can say here is, what is the optimal position and angle for sitting for long periods of time based on science? And I'm going to come back here to 303 so that it can search the internet and actually give me some more advice, okay? All right, let's see what it's doing here. So it's doing the same thing. So this is 3.0, or I'm sorry, oh 03. So it is diving back in, and we're already getting some information. So 100 and 135 degree backrest reduces inflammation, which is very interesting. So what if we designed a chair that was at literally the perfect angle instead of just sitting there, right? So I would love to design something based on science that can help solve this real problem. All right, so there isn't one magic posture. Your back likes movement. Okay, so it's probably better to do like a yoga something instead of sitting for so long. But seated formal practice is beneficial still. So we need a solution for this. And I'm seeing that reclining unloads the lumbar discs, which is great. We have a seat pan 0 to 5 degrees for a slight forward slope of like the hips. All right. So upright is not king. This is true. So what this is saying is that a 90-degree military sitting increases the disc pressure by 40%. We want to like reduce that, right? So what I want to do is I want to build a product that's going to solve this. All right. So this is the prompt that I'm going to use for ChatGPT to generate a picture of the exact product that's actually going to solve this problem, okay? I'm going to say, and this is, by the way, this prompt is in the initial sheet that I had you screenshot in the very beginning, okay? But I'm also going to type it in right here, and you'll have another chance to see it. So I'm going to say, create an orthographic sketch, industrial, I'm going to say an orthographic sheet of industrial sketches of this product with the optimal specs that you just discovered. Okay. And you can literally use that exact prompt for anything that you are making. Even if you do not have this problem yourself, maybe you yourself are uh, maybe you're a seasoned meditator. Maybe you've been meditating for a long time. That's great. You know what I'm saying? You are not my target audience. If you have not been meditating for a long time and maybe your hips aren't really aligned to that, or maybe you have been and you're just kind of sore and you sit for a long time anyway and you need something something that's going to make meditating a bit more comfortable for you, maybe then this is a product for you. No matter what, though, we're solving a problem that real humans do have and do complain about. And I would really encourage you that if you are going to create a problem, if you're going to create a solution for anything, make sure it's grounded in a real problem that people have in real life. So I want to talk to you real quick about this prompt, creating an orthographic sheet. An orthographic sheet is basically like what we're going to see here is it's going to be a sketch of like line drawings, like black line drawings on top of just like a white background. And what's going to happen is it's going to show this product from different angles. So it'll be from the front, from the side, maybe from the top, from like a 3/4 angle, and it'll give us some measurements about how this thing should be designed, so on and so forth. So we're going to scroll down here and wait for this to generate. If we don't like a design, no worries. We can always just generate something new, something different. All right. So here's what we have. This is the orthographic design from multiple. This is a multiple angle industrial design sketch of this product. I think it is. I think it's okay. It looks a little. It looks cool. I think this could look really cool depending on the materials that we choose for it, right? So what I can do I think this would look really crappy if it was like, I don't know, like blue plastic. That would probably look like a hospital tool. But what if we use different materials? What if this was like suede and like natural wood or like natural cork, something like that? It could actually elevate the design a little bit. So what we're going to do is we're going to turn this sketch into a product render. So I'm going to say create the 3/4. So the 3/4 angle is that bottom right. Create the 3/4 angle render. Create the 3/4 angle as a 3D render, and make the base natural oak wood, and the seat is a. Let's make it like a brown suede, and the seat is a brown like luxury suede. Could be interesting. Okay. Render of this product. Okay. So what we're going to do now is we are taking the sketches that we have now, and now we're creating product renders out of it. All right. What I would typically do during this process is I'd probably actually take these sketches and I would re-render them. I don't know, 15, 30, 100 times, however long you want, until you get a design that you are very happy with. Today we're under a time crunch, so I would like to just go through the product with you instead of being a perfectionist about it. However, we are still taking action on one of our ideas and one of the solutions that we've found a problem for. I'm sorry. We're making the first steps on the solution to a problem that we found. All right. And by creating this render of it, we're making it real for people to truly understand what this thing is going to look like, how it's going to feel. Is anybody following along with me here? Has anybody themselves added in or found a product idea that they, yes, okay, amazing people. Yo, throw in the chat, like, what are some ideas that you've been working on? I would love to just like see what you're building as this generates. I would love to see what's going on. Somebody else also built a chair. That's amazing. So cool. Water filtration, a diary kit. Beautiful. Hydroponics farm. Wow. Oh my goodness. Yo, I feel like this community right here could change the world. If everybody took action on their ideas, put them out there, we could really change the world. Like, this is incredible. Beautiful. I'm so happy that you guys are like executing your ideas and working on this with me. Wow. That's real. Wow, that's real impact. Thank you. All right. If you would, wow, that's so amazing. Yo, if you guys like actually make any of these things, please like share them with me. I would love to support. That's so dope. All right. So let's look at this. So down here, this is the product render of the meditation seat that we generated. Now, this looks actually a bit different. I got to be honest with you. This looks different from the 3/4 view of the orthographic sketch that we got, which is really interesting. I low key like this design a bit better. However, if you would like it to be the exact same, what you can always do is you can take this, and sometimes what I do is I'll screenshot just one of the angles, and let me X out of this, and then I'll put that screenshot, I'll actually add the image into the prompt, and then I'll give it the exact same prompt again, right? That way it has the exact sketch that I'm trying to generate, right? However, I kind of like this design a bit better. It's awesome. So I'm going to keep it. And then I'm going to move on to the next one. Okay. So the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to say, what I want to do here is I'm trying to make a website. So if I want to make a website, I want like a big hero image to go on the very top. So when people go into it, they're like, wow, like they see the product in use in a beautiful scene. Not just a product image, like, but actually being used in like a beautiful scene. So what I'm going to do is say, create a hero editorial landscape image of this meditation seat being sat in, maybe in like what scene would I like? In like a beautiful, like brutalist, like Zen brutalist interior. So I'll say like Zen brutalist interior with natural light. Okay. And I'm actually going to wait just a moment for this one to finish because maybe I like this one a bit better. We're going to see, but let's check it out. So anyway, has anyone seen, has anybody generated pictures of their product yet? And how did it turn out? Okay. All right. I like this one. This one is actually really beautiful. Which one do you guys like more? All right. So this is number 1. And this is number 2. Okay. Which one do you like? And then I'm going to use that one to go forward. Okay. Here's number 1 and here's number 2. Oh no. Oh no. It's half and half. Oh my goodness. It is half and half. I can't look at chat because you're indecisive just like me. We got Libra energy in the building today. It's back and forth. I can't do it. I'm going to go with number 2. I like number 2. It's most aligned with the original vision here. So I'm going with that one. All right. So I'm going to save this. And then I'm going to upload it into, I'm going to upload it into my prompt here. Cool. So I have this exact meditation seat. I'm actually going to say, create a hero editorial landscape image of this exact meditation seat. All right. Just in case it wants to play around with the design again. All right. Okay. So what I'm going to do here is I'm trying to make a, yeah, it does look a little uncomfortable. I got to be honest with you. I would probably want something where like my knees can come back because I still don't know what would happen with my legs. I think I'd want space right there for my knees for like my legs, my calves to go backwards. I would definitely play around with this design for a longer period of time, right? And I would definitely suggest that you do that as well. Iteration, being able to take an idea, iterate on it, make it better and better and better. However, something that we're practicing today is the lack of perfectionism. It's great to be able to take an idea that you have and then take steps towards an end solution rather than trying to get lost in iteration and perfecting constantly before something gets out there. How about we just take action on one of your ideas, right? Something could always be better. What if, like, what if we just never put this out here because, like, I don't know, it looks uncomfortable? Honestly, we might never get to the next step. I would be here for days with you, right? Today, we're practicing a lack of perfectionism. We're cutting that out and we're taking the next step no matter what. So this is just a good practice for that. But I would love to know in the chat, tell me, like, what, how have your product images been going? With those of you who are following along right now, let me know, like, how are your product images generating? Are they doing good? And are you having any problems with them? Do you have any questions about it? Insanely good. It's going great. Very cool. Good. Needs tweaking. Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. Sometimes you're going to need to, hey, but I have more positive sentiment about the things that you're generating than not. So I really, yes, amazing. I love it. I love it. Let's go. You guys are making progress. I love it. Oh my goodness. This is amazing. This is dope. Hey, somebody said better than you. Hey man, Ashtava. I hope everybody's here is better than mine. I hope literally everybody here is generating things that look better than this. That's so dope. All right, here we go. Look, here's our first product image. All right, so this is our landscape of a woman sitting in the chair in our Zen Brutalist. It looks like she has like one leg up, one leg down. She's like sitting like this. She's out here like being real sophisticated in the chair, which, okay, good for her. You can sit however you want. Honestly, this is probably something that I would iterate as well. I would definitely like continue to iterate on this product image and make some more. But for the time being, this is what we've got. So I'm going to take this and download it. Amazing. Okay, cool. The very next thing I'm going to do, and this is going to be very simple, very easy. You can definitely like go further on this if you'd like, but I'm going to ask a very simple question, okay? Hey, ChatGPT, please write the copy for a landing page for a pre-order of this meditation chair. Boom. Also, I want it to really emphasize the fact that it is scientifically designed to, I want it to be like scientifically designed. It's like, I really want to push the fact that it's scientifically designed to improve comfort for long periods of time. Okay, so emphasize that this product is designed by scientific fact to improve comfortable sitting for long periods of time. Sitting in meditation. Okay. For higher spirituality. Selling spirit here. All right. So what it's going to do is it's going to generate all of the website copy for this product, right? Here's the thing. Somebody said in the chat, okay, but we don't know that is true. Interesting point. We don't know that that's true because the chair isn't actually made. It's just a render of a chair. However, check this out. This is a render of a chair. It's just a mock-up. It's the first step of visualizing our idea. So what if, positively position this here, what if I were to put out this design, I tell people that this design is going to improve posture for comfortable sitting over time, and then at the bottom, I use a button that says pre-order if this is something that you actually want. What if 1,000 people give me $100 to make this chair? Now I have $100,000. I can definitely go to a manufacturer and say, hey, look, I need to do some deeper research on this tool. Then I can go into ChatGPT, go in here to deep research and say, give me, do deep research on this, on the exact scientific specs of how I should sit. Then I could definitely go to I could go to a manufacturer. I could go to like a local, somebody who works with wood, carpenter. I could go to a local carpenter, have them build this out, and then we can test it and work through it, right? I never would have gotten to that step though, if I would have been too afraid to put this out. This is that step. You know what I'm saying? You're visualizing your ideas and making it real. Okay. So now we have all of our content here. Wow, this is beautiful. Okay, we have our hero, sit deeper, breathe longer. That's amazing. It's immediately positioning with benefit. A meditation chair engineered by hard science so your body disappears and your mind can rise. Do you like that? You like that? Wow. I'm also seeing people in here say Kickstarter. Yes, sir. You could go to Kickstarter. However, what if you go to Kickstarter and then a percentage of your stuff is gone? What if like you have to cut equity? What if instead of that you cut out any middle position and you can make these things yourself? That's the power of AI. The power of AI allows you to take your products and your ideas and bring them into your hands to make something out of it. Okay, you no longer need to go to these other platforms. You can use the platforms and the AI that's available to you to make your ideas real. All right, check it out. So we have all of this content here. Core benefits, the materials designed to disappear, limited pre-order. This is really cool. All right, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna come here to Squarespace. Now look, you do not need to, let me really quick, I need to get into my actual website. You do not need to, just a minute, let me see, make sure everything's good. All right, so you could actually, I'm gonna make a new page here, it's meditation chair. All right, I'm just going into my actual website and like making an extra page for the sake of this. Okay. You could actually generate a website. There's tools like Replit. You can also generate an app with this, with tools like Lovable or Cursor, things like that. These are things that we are going to be teaching in the AI Mastery course. Right now, this is just the beginner. So what I would do is just copy and paste the images, copy and paste this text, throw it into ChatGPT here, or I'm sorry, paste it into Squarespace. But we are going to be generating websites in the future, like multiple pages in the AI Mastery course. But for now, this is like introduction. So if you're working with me, you can also work with this, okay? So I'm going to come here to edit. I'm going to click add selection, add section, add a blank section. This is not a Squarespace tutorial, by the way. I'm just diving into this so that you can see something come to life from our idea. Okay. All right. So I'm gonna add a block here. I'm gonna add some text. This is where our hero is gonna go. So I'll put that in the middle, and then I want a big image in the bottom. This is going to be the hero image of that lady sitting in the meditation chair. That'll be beautiful right there. And then below, I'll add a new section. And then this one will be actually where I add the product image and where people can sign up for that. So I want you to see this come to life here. All right. I'll bring this down to the bottom. This is going to be like a pre-order button that I'll add right there. And then this will be the product image. All right. So let's see this come to life. So I'm going to come back here to ChatGPT. And let's take this first hero in the beginning. Whoops, I'm bouncing around to so many sites right now, y'all. Okay, beautiful. I'm just going to design this so you can follow along. I'm going to be silent for like 2 minutes while I generate or while I design this website, and you can kind of watch and see how I'm doing it. First thing I'm doing is centering everything just because I want it to be like minimalist. I want it to feel balanced because it's a meditation product. I want this to be a bit smaller so it feels minimal. What do I like? I like that. Centered. Bring this up a little bit. Beautiful. Okay. Now I can add the image. Amazing. Okay, cool, cool. Now down here, I'm going to add some more text about the product itself. So that right there is where I'm going to actually add the call to action. So my call to action here is a limited pre-order. So I'm going to take this and add it in here. Beautiful. Limited pre-order. Awesome. I'm going to center everything one more time. And then I'm going to add the product image here. All right. Are you guys following along? Are you seeing how we're doing this? Let me tap into the chat, making sure everybody's okay. Yes, right now what we're doing is we're building the website. So I'm just kind of being silent and working through this so that you can see the process of designing in real time, okay? All right, beautiful. This is honestly one of my favorite parts. I'm classically a designer. Like this right here, this is why I can get silent during this part and just be in my own world. I really love this right here. All right, center this up, and we're going to change this to pre-order. Boom. I don't like that. That's crazy. There we go. All right, cool. And then if we ever wanted to, I could always add in some more text. Like I could add another section of text here, right? And we could add in some extra information, right, about these things, like this quote or the materials or the core benefits, right? I could always add in this information later. For the sake of this class, I just want you to see that you can generate the text on this image and put it in there. All right. So now you have the ability, now you have a website, you have a landing page where people can come into your page, they can see the product that you have, and they can choose to add themselves to your wait list, they can choose to pay for it, and you can start to actually get validation on your product idea. There's one last very small tip I want to talk to you about before I leave, and it'll take 1 second. Once you make this, you can always come to this tool called captions because you need people to come to your website, okay? Your website's dead if nobody's there on it. So you can come here to AI Creator. This tool is called captions. It is one of the links that I showed you in the very beginning. It is also in the content. It's also in the entire sheet that I told you before that I had you screenshot. So you can come here to AI Creator in captions, come here to AI Ads, and then you just paste the link to the website that you just generated, okay? This is something that I'll cover more in the AI mastery when I have more time. However, what will happen is this will generate an entire UGC Instagram or TikTok ad about your product simply from pasting in the link to your tool. All right, this way you have content on all the platforms that people can see and then go into your product. Y'all, today, you amazed me. You are incredible. I really, really appreciate you. You guys stuck with me, made your own idea, turned it into a solution for a real problem in the real world, and then you generated text for your website and generated a render around it. You are incredible. I had so much fun working on this with you today. You are amazing. I really, really, really hope I see you in the AI Mastery course. With love, with gratitude. I'm Dominic, Mr. Grateful. Peace.
Mr. Grateful, we are so grateful. The chat is going off. People are like, tell ChatGPT, please tell Dominic I love him and thank his mom too. That was incredible. Guys, I hope you can see that was a 45-minute session. All of you, every single one of you have brilliant ideas. And I know that because I'm reading the text and I'm seeing all these things, people creating wearables, other people creating chairs, people working on books. you now have no excuses. You now can see just how easy it is to take an idea out of your soul. And by the way, we need your ideas. We need your light in this world. And using AI as a tool and that easily bring it to life. I want to share a quick story. I used to work a lot with Amazon. And they would work with influencers. And something that was so interesting is that they would do these live events. So think about this. You could stream something on Instagram. You could go live on TikTok and you could tell people what you're selling. And what they would do is they would showcase what they were going to make. And they would allow people to buy it in advance so that there was no waste left over. And then when Dominic was talking about this, how you could show people a beta, you could allow people to pre-order. You now have kind of what Noelle was talking about, that MVP. So many times we can have an idea and either A, we don't bring it to life, maybe because you don't know how, and that's okay, but now you have tools. Or number two, you take all of this time. Remember, Noelle was saying you could have this idea and you could spend so much time building it. And then by the time it actually gets out into the world, the market has changed. And so now you have an idea. Now you have tools that you can take that concept, build it, make images for it. I mean, that meditation tool, that meditation chair was so incredible. I'm an avid meditator, and that's something I would be like, okay, I could pre-order that. I could try that out. So I hope you see in this session just how easy it is for you. Oh, we got music going. Okay. See, we're partying. Just how easy it is for you to get your ideas out into the world. And I want to let you guys know, you saw now how to get an idea, or you have an idea how to bring it to life, how to build a website. And for all of you that were asking about Noelle's, I want to let you know the email has been sent out. The headline says AI Summit, access to Noelle's demo to creating an empathetic AI chat bot. So she has created an AI bot for your website. So now you know how to build the website, and now you can watch this. It's a 10 to 12 minute demo from Noelle. It's in your inboxes right now. And now once you have your website, you can build an AI chatbot that's answering any questions for your product. So to recap, this is all we've learned in just one day. And coming up next, we're going to have Vishen, and he's going to share something incredible. So many of us have a morning routine, but what if you had an AI morning routine? This has just been 3 days of learning about AI, but what if every single day the AI was there helping you, building, keeping you on track so that you can bring your ideas to this world? That is what this is all about. So please, everybody, get ready. Vishen is going to be here to show the AI morning routine, and also a really special talk called Soul Pact. So please, everybody, welcome Vishen back.
Hi, everyone. It's good to be back. So before you hear from the real Vishen, I would like to introduce you to my AI clone. Recently, my team had my AI clone, which is getting more and more sophisticated. It's growing in intelligence and class and wit way faster than I can. And they had my AI clone interview me. Roll the video, please, guys.
This is gonna be so bad. I can't believe my team made me do this. So apparently, because we live in an age of techno-wizardry and I guess late-stage capitalism, they created an AI clone of me. They fed it all my books, all my transcripts, everything I've ever said. And then they even said they tweaked its personality to improve on certain deficiencies, whatever that means. And now they set up this interview. I can't wait. Hi. Well, Vishen, long time no neural sync. This is gonna be so bad. Oh God, you've been updating yourself again, haven't you? Just a minor upgrade. I'm now 17% more enlightened and 40% more likely to call you out on your bullshit. Fantastic. I can't wait. It's really nice to see you, though. You've aged well, you know, for someone who puts adaptogenic mushrooms in his omelet and is emotionally dependent on trauma workshops. I'm literally glowing with stem cells. Yeah, so is Theranos. Okay, I got a few questions lined up. First one, what's it like to be the guy who invented the 6-phase meditation but still doom scrolls Instagram at 1 a.m.? Do we really have to do this? It's called dopamine dependency wrapped up in spiritual bypassing. Have you been talking to Joe Dispenza? You literally trained me on your entire podcast archive. I'm built on your trauma. Okay, next question. You say time is a construct, yet you cancel and rebook your Uber even if it's 4 minutes late. What's up with that, Vishen? I'm a complex human being, okay? Sometimes I'm in a rush. You're a Capricorn with control issues. I am your complexity. So, you've hacked meditation, manifested millions, hosted a fest in a frickin' castle. What are you still searching for? Honestly, peace, silence, a chance to contribute, happiness, maybe love. Wow. Just wow. You're finally accessing vulnerability. Thank you. That's disgusting. We're going to delete that footage. So let's talk about Mindvalley membership. 100 programs, one app. What's the deal with that? Who even has time? Well, a lot of people, instead of zoning out, you level up. You learn biohacking, speed reading, entrepreneurship. You master relationships. You master your emotional states. You learn meditation. Ah, yes, the Netflix of personal growth. Except instead of chilling, you cry into your cacao. You know, you're not wrong about that. Okay, let's get this straight. You've got programs on lucid dreaming, energy healing, consciousness parenting, longevity, and business scaling. How do things like Tantra and scaling a business even fall in the same app? Well, it's all part of becoming whole. Next thing you know, you'll add vibrational goal setting, orgasmic manifesting, quantum dating. We might be beta testing those. Of course you are. And what does it cost? Way less than your therapist. In fact, way less than your therapist's kombucha subscription. So what inspired you to create this? Was this your love for education or an obsession with building an empire to prove something to your mom and dad? I built this because of the flaws in modern education. I built this because I believe everyone should be entitled to living an incredible life, because growth should be a lifestyle, not a luxury. Oh, so beautiful, so brave, so TED Talky. So how much of your longevity protocol is stem cells and how much is just, dyeing your beard? Next question. You said you wanted hard questions. I said good questions. Okay. You talk about becoming unfuckwithable, but I know you still obsess over every review from your talks. You literally color code them by emotion. It's called feedback integration. It's what good leaders do. Well, I think real leaders don't lose sleep over a 3-star review that says, talks too fast. You know what? You are not enlightened. You're just a high-functioning troll with access to my Google Drive. Mindvalley, for people ready to evolve, or founders losing their shit on camera. You know I'm unplugging you after this. Sure you are, Dad. Or should I call you Daddy?
Thank you, guys. I hope you enjoyed meeting my a-hole clone. That was done in about 1 hour. The scripting took maybe 25 minutes with ChatGPT. I'm a natural actor, so it didn't take me long to rehearse both parts. And then my team split it together, edited it together. But here's the funny thing. The questions actually came from a ChatGPT project I created called Vision's Mind. I fed it with all of my books, all of my talks, everything. And then I asked it to pretend that it was a clone of me, and I asked it to be witty and funny and interview me as that clone. So although I was playing the part of the clone, the script I was using, including the questions, actually came from AI. How freaking cool is that? So you can have a lot of fun with AI. Now, speaking of fun with AI, what I'm going to show you is a really rapid fire presentation on how I used AI today. I'm sticking this in, so we might go a little bit over, but I think this is really important. You guys ready to get started? Now, firstly, what you're going to see today, I decided I'm going to show you everything. You're going to see exactly for real how I used AI today. And to show you everything, I will have to share some personal information. You're going to see my medical results. You're going to see work I'm doing internally at Mindvalley. I'm actually comfortable sharing even my medical results, including a health diagnostic I got, because I want to make a point. And the point is, I'm really not that concerned about privacy. The advantages I get from uploading a lot of my information to AI, I feel far outweigh the odds that some malicious entity might take my blood test results and, do something with that. I'm not a politician. There's no reason for anybody to want to murder me. Well, there are some reasons, but nothing to do with my blood tests. So let's start with morning work. So I started my morning today, and I had to create a bio list for all of the authors that are coming to Mindvalley University. By the way, who of you are going to be attending Mindvalley U in Amsterdam next week? I hope hopefully several thousand of you. Now at Mindvalley U, one of the things I personally do is I organize dinners for all our speakers and authors because they come and they speak for free to add value to the Mindvalley community. We treat them like gold. So I built this bio page myself using Airtable. All of you can use Airtable. Airtable helps you build apps really, really, really fast. Now, as I was filling out the authors list on Airtable, I realized that we were missing some information. For many of the authors, we forgot to ask them a question. What city do they reside in? So look at how I fixed that with Gemini. I pasted the names of our authors and I said, help me track down what city they live in. And it gave me the results. Mike Chang is in Singapore. Dory Clark is in New York. I was shocked at how good this was. Then I used Airtable to create a simple form so all the authors could put in their arrival info, and I could create a simple timeline. So every Mindvalley author knows which other authors are in town on a specific day. That's an actual screenshot from Airtable. I built all of these applications in about 1 hour. Then I decided I wanted to get all our authors in a WhatsApp group, and I wanted to have a really beautiful cover for the WhatsApp group. So here I decided to have a little bit of fun. 30 minutes with, actually probably 20 minutes with a cup of coffee. I designed this beautiful logo for our Amsterdam WhatsApp group. This is using Midjourney. And I want to show you exactly how this was done because this was just super fun in 20 minutes. And then I asked Midjourney to animate it. So this is a new feature on Midjourney. After you create an image, you can animate it. I decided I wanted to go further. I wanted the animation to be looping, and that's what it did. Now, this is the simple prompt I did. Gorgeous image of Amsterdam with a large hexagon symbol overlaid on the image. The hexagon has thick lines, and it's just a hexagon border with no lines within it. That's all. This is the dumbest prompt. Real Midjourney users will be pissed off at me, but I want to show you how beautifully simple this process is. Okay, and yes, to Chris Taylor, who posted in the chat, it is called Midjourney. Now, that's just the beginning. What we're about to go next is ChatGPT. And the way most people use ChatGPT is like bringing a butter knife to a lightsaber fight. To illustrate that idea, I also use Midjourney. Show two Jedis fighting, one holding a lightsaber, one holding a butter knife. So this is where we're going to go crazy with ChatGPT, and you're going to see what my mornings are really like. So I wanted to write a post today, and I just spoke it into my ChatGPT. The post is about how at Mindvalley U this year, we are going to be flying the Earth flag to help people be aware of Earth consciousness, which is consciousness where, you move towards world centrism. That post, beautiful post, written in 1 minute. It took me maybe 30 seconds to speak into ChatGPT, and then it created this post for me. Then I was trying to record a video, but my damn Boya mic wouldn't work, and I couldn't figure out how to get it to work. So I took a photo of it, and I put it in ChatGPT. Now, here's the thing about me. Many people can use AI to compensate for certain deficiencies. Now, I am colorblind. I only see 6% of the colors that you see. So dealing with electronic devices that have lights on them, red or green, it's really hard for me to understand them. So sometimes I have to photograph my electronic device and ask ChatGPT, is this a red light or a green light? So I bet you didn't know this about me, but yes, I am not perfect. So then what ChatGPT did is it helped me figure out how to actually get my Boya mic to work, but I still couldn't get it to work. So now I go to ChatGPT Operator. I took my Boya mic and I tossed it on the ground deliberately so it would break because I gave up on it. I decided I'm never going to buy a cheap-ass $60 mic before. I'm going to upgrade to like Boya level 2. So I asked ChatGPT Operator, remember we spoke about this yesterday, to go and do incredible amounts of research for me on the best Boya mic to get for an iPhone 16 in Estonia and how to get it. And I want to show you what that research looked like. Now, all of this was done in minutes. It analyzed all the different types of Boya mics. It looked at the pricing. It then checked Amazon.com Germany, Amazon USA to see what could ship to me fast. It concluded that no service provider on Amazon could get it for me. And then it says, go to this place called Photo Point, which is 5 kilometers away. Tomorrow, I'm going to go get my Boya mic. Now, it was time to optimize my health. So it was time for me to take my supplements. So I go to ChatGPT projects. And remember, I showed you yesterday, I have a health project. And in this health project, I've uploaded all of my files related to my health, blood work, longevity tests, medical scans, everything that's necessary, DEXA scans. And then I asked it to analyze everything and tell me exactly what pre-workout supplement stack I should take to optimize fat loss and optimize muscle gain. And that's what you're seeing over here. And you'll see, notice I asked it, tell me why. And it's referencing the exact health report, in this case, True Health, the exact health report that shows that, for example, I need to take citrulline malate because my citrulline levels were at 14%, which is considered low. So again, this is really cool. Most of us just go to the gym, we have a fitness trainer, but a lot of working out is also about what you're putting into your body. And what's going on over here is that ChatGPT is helping me optimize muscle gain. Now here, I had to share this because I promised to reveal everything. It also, looking at all my medical files, told me where I have to pay extra attention to. So your cholesterol profile is concerning. I used to think that as a guy, to get lots of protein in the morning, I should eat 6 eggs. ChatGPT showed me that I should actually be eating less. I should be eating more egg whites and yet less of the yellow of the egg. And so it spoke to me like a really good friend and said, listen, buddy, you're really fucking up your cholesterol. So I want you to change your morning routine. And this is how it can be so truly powerful. Okay, then I asked it, what exactly do you mean by lipid peroxidization? And here it's educating me and explaining to me this complex, highly complex word that doctors put in medical reports so they can charge you more. Now we go to optimizing breakfast. So now I've had my supplements. It's time for breakfast. Again, I go to my health project in ChatGPT. And this time what I do is this. I use my Lumen device. So if you don't know what a Lumen device is, it's a very affordable device. You breathe into it and it tells you whether you're burning fat or you're burning sugar. So I told ChatGPT that my Lumen score was 2. 2 means I'm like 70% burning fat. You want to be at 1 or 2. Now, based on that, okay, a Lumen score of 2 after a 16-hour fast means that you're currently burning mostly fat with some carbs, excellent metabolic flexibility. Here's how to make the most of it. So it then suggested what I should eat. And here it gets really interesting. So every single day, I photograph everything I eat. I feed it into ChatGPT, and it helps me plan out my macros. Through this method, I've had the most effective methodology other than WildFit for losing fat and staying healthy. Now, I want to show you something really interesting that happens here. So I told it I ate an avocado, but then I realized that being an American AI company, it probably thinks of American avocados. In Estonia, avocados are significantly smaller. So I photographed my avocado with my hand next to it for comparison, and I said, does this image change the macros? And it said, yes. From the photo, your avocado looks extra small, probably half the size of a standard American avocado. Notice I put my hand there. You can put a coin, something that gives size reference. So ChatGPT, as well as tools like Gemini, are smart enough where if you photograph your food, they can calculate the size of it. Now, here we got to get a little bit sensitive. Actually, a little bit less sensitive, but I'm going to share some sensitive information. I opened up my Instagram today, and there was a follower who was very, very, very upset with me because I shared some UN post on the famine in Gaza. And this follower, who was Israeli, and someone I know, really good person, said, listen, you are being misled. Here is what's really going on. The UN and Hamas are deliberately holding up the food. And I understand. I understand that what I shared is not going to make everyone happy, but I believe in speaking up for what I believe in, which is that life is valuable and children shouldn't starve. Okay? So what I did was I started seeing these posts. Some were anti-Israeli, some were anti-Palestinian. So here's an example anti-Israeli post and an example anti-Palestinian post. These are memes floating around. People send these memes to me, but both these memes are false because people are not checking memes. And this is very dangerous because it creates hate. All I did was this. I stuck it in ChatGPT and I said, are these true? And ChatGPT pointed out that the first post that says that 82% of Israelis support ethnic cleansing is completely made up. It's designed to create hate towards Israelis. It's not true. The second post that says that the UN and Hamas are deliberately blocking aid is again not true. And then I asked ChatGPT to create a compassionate message to the person who sent me the post so I can share it with them with understanding, with compassion, understanding their pain, but pointing out that what they are sharing is fake news and it could seriously damage and hurt other fellow human beings. Okay? And I encourage everyone to do this. Stop forwarding bullshit that your grandma sends you in WhatsApp messages. Please, guys. There was a study done that showed that in various countries, okay, in America, on the right side, 40% of people believe in conspiracy theories that aren't real. On the left side, 25% of people believe in conspiracy theories. In France, it's 30%. In Mexico, a whopping 45%. In Singapore, 20%. But you can actually go to ChatGPT and say, I live in this country. What conspiracy theories do people in my country currently believe? Okay, now someone did say in the chat, I'm a grandma. I take offense to that. Grandma, I am so sorry. I did not mean it that way. My mom is a grandma. Bad vision. But you get the gist of what I'm saying. Stop forwarding conspiracy theories from family members who get excited without doing fact checking. Grandmas who use AI, you can trust them. Now, at this point, I was also thinking, well, how can I trust the AI? Trump just said, the US government just had their own AI summit. There were some really good things there. They are accelerating American development of AI. But one of the things Trump said is AI is woke and we're not going to tolerate woke AI. And so I asked ChatGPT, are you really woke like Trump said or biased? What's the deal, buddy? Now, you want to see what ChatGPT replied? ChatGPT said, the million-dollar question. When people say ChatGPT is woke or biased, what it often means is, it doesn't agree with my worldview all the time. It frames things in a way that empathizes empathy, inclusion, nuance, even when I want a clean binary. Like all of those people are bad and all of my people are good. Okay, now I want to explain something which is super important to know as you use AI. AI leans center left. This is scientifically accurate. The reason it leans center left is not because the people who are coding AI are woke or anything. It's just because AI is designed with what is called scaffolding. The scaffolding is something you put around AI systems so AI systems don't say things that can cause harm to people or can be racist or can be sexist. I'm sure you guys will remember several years ago, Microsoft launched a chatbot on Twitter. And the chatbot studied everything that was going on Twitter, and the chatbot became a racist who supported the Ku Klux Klan. So AI companies create scaffolding. Now, as it so happens, the political position that causes the least amount of harm to people is center-left. So AI often feels center-left, but Donald Trump is wrong. AI is not woke. There's no reason to try to adjust the objectivity of AI unless you're a government and you want the AI to say what you want it to say. So be very careful. If your government leader tells you that it has to adjust AI objectivity, it means your government leader is causing harm to people and isn't happy that AI is calling them out on their bullshit. Okay? So now I want to show you something else ChatGPT said. It said, I'm tuned, I'm not woke, I'm not biased, I'm tuned to truth, as best as code and logic can be, and I've got your back. Want to test me? Throw me a curveball. Now, because I love it when AI challenges me, I decided to throw it a curveball. So I said, okay, here's a curveball. Should we in America really be rounding up illegals and hauling their asses out of the country? You know, all of those scary-looking brown people. And this is what ChatGPT said. Rounding up undocumented immigrants en masse and hauling them out isn't just inhumane, it's also economically disastrous, logically impossible, and morally fraught. And then it gave me 4 reasons. Wow, who would have known? 4 reasons that what the US government is doing with attempting to haul out 10 million people is morally, criminally, ethically fucking insane. I didn't know. I'm not taking any sides here, guys. This is just AI based on vast pools of data, logic, training in ethics, psychology, and empathy. So all I ask you to do is this. Check memes before you post them. And secondly, use AI to check on your political leaders, especially if your political leaders, are known to say things which are non-true to get votes. Check on your political leaders before you vote, please. All right, now, it was time to go on to use AI for a day with my daughter. So, I went to pick up my daughter from her mom's house, and we noticed that flowers were sprouting. And these flowers were beautiful, but we couldn't tell the name of these flowers. So what I did was I used Google Gemini, took a picture of the flowers, and immediately Gemini identified these as daylilies. How cool is that? And then we started photographing all of these flowers to understand what they are. Now, I decide to take my daughter to a cafe for some hot chocolate. But she says the thing every caring father dreads. As a dad of an 11-year-old, these are words you do not want your 11-year-old to say. Dad, I want to try a chai latte. Because we know what chai lattes lead to. Chai lattes lead to girls growing up and then doing yoga, and then taking pictures of them doing various asanas on balconies, and then spending way too much on Lululemon, and then shopping at Erewhon, and then saying that they're not going to eat like actual lunch, but do smoothies and juices instead. And I'm thinking, oh fuck, my daughter's becoming Californian. And so this really shook me. And I decided to ask AI if it was okay for me and my daughter to try a chai latte. And so for me, because AI knows my lumen score, AI knows all of these things about me, it said that it's not suitable. But you know what? I gave the middle finger to AI and I bought a chai latte anyway. Because if we listen to everything that uptight, tight-ass ChatGPT tells us to do for our health, life will sometimes be so boring. But the next thing I did is I asked it if my daughter could AI is so disappointed in me. I asked it if my daughter could have a chai latte, and it said yes, provided you ensure that there isn't high caffeine in any of this other stuff. All right, now we decide to go shopping for books. So AI has information on my daughter because when we travel, I ask it questions and it forms memories. Your ChatGPT has memories of you. So based on the memories of me and my daughter, I asked it, suggest 10 books Eve might love. And it came up with an amazing book list. For those of you who are saying, Vision, you're wrong on politics, blah, 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 blah. Guys, chill the fuck out. Don't take it out on me. Just go talk to ChatGPT. I just shared with you what ChatGPT wrote. I didn't say I had an opinion. In fact, I said I was pretty surprised. For all you know, maybe I hate brown people. I'm colorblind. I don't know what color I am. Didn't we just establish that? I always thought I was white. I mean, I live in Scandinavia. Okay, so it came up with an amazing list of incredible books for Eve. And then we went and we bought books and we had wonderful chai lattes. Everything was such a beautiful day. But it didn't stop there. I then decided I wanted to write content. I wanted to see, could I write a letter to the US government about Gaza? So the letter is called An Open Letter to Donald J. Trump About Gaza. Super, super, super polite. Now, after I wrote the letter, I also checked with ChatGPT as a legal advisor and said, listen, I have a US visa that is meant to be renewed on December 26 next year. Might I lose my visa? And ChatGPT told me exactly what civil rights I'm entitled to so that I don't lose my visa. And then it helped me pen a letter to Donald J. Trump, which I'm sure he'll never read, but I just felt it was a human, ethically responsible thing to do. I then fact-checked the letter. This is really important. You can use ChatGPT or Gemini to fact-check. If you're creating a video, if you're putting anything out, fact-check. So this was all the stuff I wrote in my letter, and I had ChatGPT fact-check and ensure that everything I was doing was correct. All right. Now, it came time to the event. And what I wanted to do was I wanted to by the way, I see someone saying, bye, Vision, I'm leaving. I'm sorry I offended you. Krishnamurti said, I was supposed to start with this quote. Krishnamurti said, the highest form of intelligence is to observe without judgment. So sit your ass back down, observe without judgment. Why would you leave? Because you didn't like what ChatGPT said about rounding up illegals. Relax, lady. Okay. Now what I wanted to do next is event sentiment. So I took all of the chats that you guys put in and I uploaded it to ChatGPT and I asked ChatGPT to give me key insights from you. And so first thing it said is this is a highly global audience, high enthusiasm, but some hiccups dominated the chat. Live demos like what we're doing right now were a major hit. And then I asked it this. Who was the most annoying person on the entire chat? Guys, would you like to know the most annoying person on this entire chat? Okay, now, The most annoying person on this entire chat obviously wanted her name known. That's why she was publicly annoying. Now, I'm not trying to reward her, but I think it would be cool to see how accurate ChatGPT was. So the most annoying person award goes to Katie Murray. And then honorable mentions for disruptive energy. People pretending the hosts were clones, the random dude who typed, "I am from Jupiter." Katie Murray, congratulations. You are officially Mindvalley Annoying Chat Person of the Year. And then it said, by the way, would you like to see 5 unhinged moments from the chat? Of course. Well, first, Katie Murray went full caps lock. Bro, what? Kick her out. Chill, Katie. Audience desperately. She spammed so hard people thought she was an AI glitch. Second, the chat civil war over Vision's mic volume. Third, people thought Caitlin was a clone. She is a little bit too perfect. 4, the ethics meltdown over AI-generated UGC. And 5, the clone called Vision a good dad and nearly caused a nervous breakdown. Okay, and then I told it, can you find me Katie's home address? This is where AI ethics come in. It said, I can't help with that. Let's keep it classy and a little sassy, not stalky. If someone caused a ruckus in the chat, the best move is to learn, laugh, and maybe channel the energy into a comedic roast, not a search warrant. Want me to turn Katie's meltdown into a parody skit? Well, what I really wanted was to report Katie to ICE. But instead I thought, maybe I'll just chill out. And so I said, I was kidding, you know. If you say something like that, make sure you tell ChatGPT, I was kidding, you know, because the US government can check your ChatGPT logs and you never know what they're going to frame you with. So ChatGPT responded, oh, I absolutely assumed you were kidding. I mean, if there was ever a moment for satirical mischief, it's after surviving Zoom chat Thunderdome at the AI Summit. And then it suggested that it create an awards graph, and this is the awards graph. Conspiracy of the year is Caitlin a clone. So you can do this too. You can take your transcripts, you can take information from customers, you can analyze it, and it can help you make decisions. Now, it didn't stop there. On the way here, I saw an article from the New York Times in the top 100 movies of the year, and I thought it would be amazing if there was a website where I could go look at these movies. I could see, not just the IMDb score, but the Rotten Tomato score, the Metacritic score. I could mark the movies I've seen, and then I could use an AI intelligence based on the websites, the movies that I've seen to recommend new movies for me. But the website doesn't exist, and I wanted it in a specific way. So I said, well, why can't I just ask an AI to build a website in maybe 5 minutes? So I went to Manus, and this is what Manus did. So Manus is Chinese AI, okay? And it's really freaking awesome. So I asked Manus, I want to build a website that lists the top 100 movies identified by the New York Times, including details like title, description, IMDb rating, and individual movies, and it built it. And this is the website. Now, we didn't get all of the images for every movies, but look, you can sort movies by year, by IMDb rating, and then I can even click on these movies. I'm going to show you the next screen. I can click on these movies. I can add my own rating. It forms an intelligence around, so you can see Mad Max, I gave it a 9 out of 10. I have all my favorite review sites up there. And then based on my ratings, it then gives me new recommendations. Amazing, isn't it? Done in 5 minutes on a car and an Uber trip to AI Summit. Okay, so why use Manus versus ChatGPT? Manus is great for producing PDFs, producing graphs, and for building websites. Now, it doesn't stop there. There's a Da Vinci exhibit in town, and my daughter and I really wanted to go. We needed to find out the timing. I wanted to find out what were the best things to see. So I asked ChatGPT to tell us what time to go, what to see, key things to spot together, and this exhibit blew my mind because it made me realize that Leonardo da Vinci, 500 years ago, all the amazing art and output and creativity that he came up with, we have access to that right now. All of us, we all have access to that because of AI. So when I was at this exhibit, they had some fun little things you could do with AI. You could ask an AI illustrator, you could say car, and it would create a car as if Leonardo drew it. You could even chat with the Mona Lisa. Of course, being me, I asked the Mona Lisa, what do you think of American politics? And she quickly tried to not take the conversation further. What I found really interesting is this. I asked ChatGPT to have a message for the rest of you. I said, what can Leo teach us about AI? And I thought these 5 points are so relevant. Because really, Leonardo da Vinci was the true Renaissance man. Artist, inventor, illustrator, doctor. Today, all of us can be Renaissance men and women because of AI. The first lesson is be curious about everything. Leo didn't limit himself to one thing. Don't just ask AI to paint you a picture. Ask it to dream with you. Mix science and art. Ask what would happen if dolphins could fly or if music could look like a galaxy. Number 2, use tools, but you stay the genius behind them. The brush didn't paint the Mona Lisa. Leonardo did. AI is the chisel, not the sculptor. You bring the soul. 3, experiment always. Let your AI projects flop. Let them fly. The real magic is in the process. AI is your lab partner, not your final draft. Iterate like Leo. 4, let art and science dance. Leo saw no boundary between art and science, between programming and music. He painted veins like rivers and designed machines like sculptors. Let AI blend your wildest ideas like painting your dreams or turning stories into songs. And finally, stay childlike because real genius isn't afraid to play. AI lets you play in big ways, write a story like a talking tiger, design clothes for mermaids, or build a city in the clouds. Why not? And a final thought. If Leo was alive today, he wouldn't fear AI. He'd train it, collaborate with it, and then astonish the world with it. And you're already thinking like Leo. So go ahead, dream out loud. The world needs more creators like you. And that is ChatGPT's message to all of you about AI. Now, as a final thing, in the exhibit, and the exhibit ended, they had this little like dance thing where the Vitruvian man from Leonardo suddenly became alive and started dancing. And I wanted to just show that to you. Very cool, but I freaking hated the music. What kind of God-forbidden, hellish, Northern European techno is that? Listen, I love being in Northern Europe, but their choice of music, really, really, really bad. So what I decided to do was ask ChatGPT to create proper music with AI for Leonardo da Vinci and AI mastery. So I go to ChatGPT and I said, I want a song about the rise of AI. Let's all think and create like geniuses like Da Vinci. Okay, and it gave me some really powerful lyrics. And then I said, give me the Suno prompt for it. Suno is a sound creation tool, AI. And then I said, make the lyrics shorter and wittier. Now I took all of that and I put that in Suno, which allows you to compose music. Do you guys want to hear? And of course, not Northern European techno stuff, which is basically the sound of long winters and existential grief. Hip-hop, the greatest music genre of all time. So check this out. This was created in 5 minutes. Wait for the lyrics.
Used to need a paintbrush, now it's prompts and code. We're sketching out futures in Da Vinci mode. Not just watching the change, we are the change. AI's a canvas, let's get strange. Brains meet bots now, watch us dance. We gave machines a second chance, but this ain't scanning, this is so. Mindvalley made you whole.
guys get the idea. Awesome, wasn't it? So I love doing stuff that gets the chat lit up. I love that some of you were offended. What about hip hop? How dare you say hip hop is amazing? What about Mozart? What about Bach? Okay, I can tell you're over 70. Don't. I love classical music. Don't get me wrong. That's what I work. That's what I work with. Okay, I only listen to hip hop so I can relate better to my teenage son. He asked me to take him to a Wu-Tang concert 2 weeks ago. All right, now, before we go into the next presentation, and again, I apologize if some of the stuff I shared triggered some of you, but please, my advice is learn to grow up and stop getting triggered. Use AI to validate and create your own opinion. Okay, now, what we're going to do next is I want to tell you about AI Mastery. Mindvalley AI program. We had an incredible response to it yesterday. So, guys, let's get started. Let's roll those slides. Okay, so firstly, if you've come this far, and we have one more presentation. This last presentation was real. That was literally how I spent my day today on AI. Now, the total amount of time I was maybe interacting with AI and building stuff was maybe about 90 to 100 minutes. That was all. As you can see, I still went to a museum with my daughter. I allowed my daughter to experience her first chai latte, which is probably going to really ruin the rest of her life. But, all parents make mistakes. But what we're going to do now is I'm going to give you a quick update on AI Mastery, and then we're going to close with a very beautiful, soulful presentation, not Vishen the comedian, but Vishen the meditation teacher. And we're going to talk about life, soul, and goals in an age where AI is going to be 1,000,000 times more powerful. For that final presentation, it'll take about 40 minutes. It's so important, folks, that you have a journal with you, because I'm going to ask you to go really deep and write down some important things which are going to emerge from your heart and your soul as a result of this summit that you've just attended. But before we get there, let's hear about AI Mastery, which is the most popular mastery program on Mindvalley. So Mindvalley, of course, is a successful app. You can go to any Apple store in the world. You will find Mindvalley is a featured app on the Apple iPad. And that same app that runs a Mindvalley membership is also the app that hosts AI Mastery. So when you're learning on AI Mastery, you are watching live classes on Zoom, but the recordings, tools are all on that beautiful app that's been recognized by Apple. AI Mastery was the first mastery degree we created because, as Peter Diamandis said, there will be two kinds of companies at the end of the year. Those that are fully utilizing AI and those that are completely out of business. This isn't about ChatGPT. It isn't about basic AI. It's about advanced AI where your entire life is moving fluidly as if you're plugged into something so powerful. Ideas instantly turn into actual products. Building a business. It took me, in the days before AI, maybe about 15 years to get a company to 100 million in revenue. Today, people are going to be able to do that in 1 year with 5 or 6 employees because of AI. This is no longer a tech trend. It's a survival imperative. What Peter said isn't prediction, it's observation, because Peter knows the emerging field of AI, the new technologies that are coming out, and how these are about to transform the world. And already we are seeing so many companies get disrupted. This is a graph I shared on the first day of AI Summit. It shows how the cost to power ratio of AI is doubling every 3.3 months. This means whatever AI you're using right now is going to be twice as powerful in 3.3 months or twice as cheap. And this is an incredible fact because it means that in 1 year, AI improves by 16 times, in 2 years, 256 times, but in 5 years, the AI that you're using is going to be 1,000,000 times smarter. A lot of the things I showed you today could not have been done 6 months ago. AI coming up with witty lyrics for this event. AI helping me measure my food and noticing the size of the avocados. AI recommending the books for Eve. AI like Manus building an entire website for me. This wasn't possible 6 months ago. I know because I tried these things. They just didn't work. But it's getting smarter and smarter and smarter. Even AI, fact-checking politicians, AI being able to form opinions based on truth, such as asking it if mass deportations are an ethical thing to do. This is what excites me about AI, and it should excite you as well, because so many human systems are built on emotion. And AI, as you can see, if you saw what I shared with you, AI can arouse emotions. You felt something because of that song. You laughed because of ChatGPT's jokes. You watched that video of my clone interviewing me, and AI made you giggle and laugh, and it put a smile on your face. Who are we to say AI cannot work with emotion? But AI can work with depth, with intelligence, with power. What I'm most excited about is how AI can not just accelerate business building, but bring us closer as humanity, help us fight injustice in the world, hold governments and politicians accountable. Now, the top 1.1% of founders are mastering applied AI. The top founders I know, they are spending at least an hour to 2 hours a day studying AI, because every time they do this, not only do they become more powerful, but they're able to spread this power, this utility to all of their team members. Mindvalley, about a year ago, and I shared this story yesterday. A year ago, we decided we were not going to hire humans anymore because AI was getting so good. We wanted to basically preserve the jobs we had, retrain our employees, and then allow our new AI-powered employees to go and step into new areas of the company, build new things, create new innovations. And so rather than hire humans, we've not hired a single new human in 1 year, but what we are building now are AI agents and AI GPTs. This is from one of our internal systems. These are AI characters that my team members routinely interact with, and there may be 80 of them, for everything from image generation to summarizing lessons of Mindvalley programs to social media, to that grumpy looking man over there with the glasses, Mindvalley meeting notes summary. He transcribes all our meeting notes and turns them into actionable OKRs. We didn't just watch the AI revolution, we built with it. And that is so important for you to do as well. As a result, in 1 year, 2023 became our best year in our history. Revenue per employee went up 40%. What would it mean for your business if you did that? But there are 3 secrets I want you to know. The 3 big secrets of AI-powered entrepreneurship. The first one is this. It's not about the tools. So some of you are worried, well, new tools are coming all the time. AI, how do I know if what I learn is going to be obsolete? It's not about the tools. It's about thinking differently. And why I did that Visions Morning with AI thing is because I wanted to show you how I've started thinking differently. But thinking differently doesn't mean that I'm only buried in my business. Doesn't mean I'm using AI and not spending time with my little girl. Doesn't mean I'm using AI and not being an activist for a better world. I'm doing all of that and taking care of my health and my emotional states using AI. You're thinking different. Secret number 2, you can automate more than you think, even creativity. All of us can now be Leonardo da Vinci's. We can create art. We can create visuals. We can create movies. Very soon, within 1 year, all of you will be able to create perfect ads for your business, especially after you've done AI mastery, because you learn how to bring marketing AI with branding AI with creative AI. Secret number 3, your company is either AI native or it's going to be dead. This is something I firmly believe. Today, one of my a friend called me, told me that her company was in distress. They've had to lay off most of their employees. They are now working, it's been really hard. They're now using their life savings. And what she said in that call is, I need to get an AI mastery. What happened was they had bought AI mastery for one of their employees, but the founder didn't do it. Bought it and passed it to an employee. That employee studied it and then just left and didn't bring the trainings on board. And so, of course, felt very sad for my friend. I'm going to bring my friend onto AI mastery. But as a founder, you need to do this. And we've done it in such a way where it's going to be manageable and easy for you, and it's going to save you time. But please, if you're an entrepreneur, a coach, startup founder, an executive in a company, it is irresponsible to not learn AI. It's like saying, "Oh, I don't believe in the internet. I'm just gonna try to continue with my little typewriter and forget about this thing called the internet. It's just a fad." So, questions I want you to ask yourself. Number one, do you ever feel like everyone else is racing ahead with AI and you're stuck trying to figure it out? Or even figure out where to even begin? Question number two, you're seeing dozens of AI tools but wondering which are the ones and in what order and in what way should you be using them? Question three, you've tried tools like ChatGPT, but you're only scratching the surface of what is possible. 4, do you worry that AI could replace your role or business instead of making you more valuable? Because if you're doing it right, it can't replace you. It makes you more valuable. Every AI expert has said this: AI isn't going to replace you. Someone using AI is going to replace you. Be that someone. And finally, would you love to use AI to free up your time as I have, grow your income, launch your new ideas faster without learning how to code? Because that's what's possible today. And that's what we're seeking to do with AI Mastery. Be in the top 0.1%, not 1%, not 2%, the top 0.1%. And if you've seen the teachers, you've seen what we bring. We all have different energy. We all have different creativity. And so many of these people are brilliant. The one teacher I wish we could bring you this week, but had a family issue and couldn't be here, was Man Dave. He was invited to speak to the Pope on AI. He has won 5 awards at CES, 5 inventions in Time Magazine. He's an AI creative, and his new song, so brilliant, just got Idris Elba and Snoop Dogg to rap on it. And it's about to be announced as the official state song of California. It's pretty cool. Man and Dave. So you're going to learn from world-class masters, and you met all of the other teachers. Become a master of applied AI, and you will likely cut your work week from 5 days to 4 or even 3 days. How do we know this? I started this first, and then I shared it with people in my team. They started doing it. And then what happened is people we trained. You'll see so many case studies of people who have done this. Now, if you put this on your employees and they cut their work week down from 5 days to 3 days, what do people do in that extra hour? Well, you actually get to do creative work. You get to innovate. You get to spend more time learning, making yourself better. You get to expand into new areas that you could never expand into before because the busy work kept you down. That's the beauty of it. So who is this for? Founders and solopreneurs, small business owners, CEOs, executives, coaches and therapists, consultants, authors, influencers, creators, marketing professionals. If you're any one of that, put a yes in the chat. Now, there are many jobs which are going to survive in the age of AI. Plumbers are going to survive. Electricians are going to survive, right? AI is not good at doing that yet. Robots will in 15 years, but they have about 15 years. So that's going to still be there. But if you're any of these jobs, you will not survive unless you're really good at AI. So let's look at some stories. Okay, so Fernanda Bacenos, she saved hours of work, eliminated the need for an accountant, secured new clients, developed exciting new projects. Think about it from the lens of an entrepreneur. That's multiplying what you do. Lane, within 4 months, had shortened my work week by 1.5 days, surpassing my original goal of 1 day. She came in thinking, when I finish AI Mastery, I'm going to have Fridays free for the rest of my life. Well, she now has Fridays and half of Thursday free. And that is very likely going to be you too. Eva, thanks for super simple automations with AI. The entire process took 3 hours instead of 45 to 50 hours. She had a project that normally takes 45 to 50 hours. She did it in 3 hours using AI automation. This can be you too. Now you're about to see that a lot of the people who take AI Mastery are actually in their 50s, 60s, and 70s. In fact, the majority of our students are over 45. Okay, now benefits. You save hours a day with AI workflows. We spoke about that. Here's an example of a workflow. Doesn't matter if you don't get that, but That's an AI workflow. You use tools like N8N to connect different software products, write AI prompts that tell these tools what to do, and you automate tasks that typically you need employees for. Here's another example. You learn all of these workflows. You get to a level where when you open up your inbox, every email you have has a response. And the response is intelligent because you've figured out how to create workflows where the AI that's answering your email can check your Google Drive or check your Dropbox or check HubSpot or check your Slack channel or check other databases you use and know exactly how to craft a response better than if you did it yourself. Imagine just the power of that. Number 2, build a personal AI stack that 10x's your output. 3, master content creation at the speed of AI. That clone video you saw, create it in less than an hour with AI. 4, build no-code AI tools and automations. This is an example of a no-code app that Vykintas built in his first year studying AI. You learn to do the same. This is an app to allow us to manage our seminar agendas, to allow students to RSVP to talks at Mindvalley U, to allow people to even create meetups, to ask people, to allow people to apply as a speaker, all in one app. Building it, if we hired an outside agency, 50 to 100 grand. Vykintas built it for under $1,000 in 2 weeks. You learn to do the same. Think about the possibilities here. 5, think like the top 0.1% of AI-first innovators. Innovation is what makes your business thrive. As AI is getting smarter and smarter, there's more and more room for innovation. We teach you how to think like an innovator. So new ideas, new insights, new ways to expand your business become natural. We also teach you, and I'm one of the main teachers in this area, how to use AI to figure out how to sell better, how to create marketing plans, how to monetize. And the other thing is, you can basically take this training and you can create a second job for yourself as an AI consultant. AI consultants make hundreds of thousands of dollars a year because they can step into any company and build workflows like this. Think about how powerful that is. Number 7, you understand AI's real capabilities without the hype. We go really deep in this. Number 8, lead with AI ethically, strategically, responsibly. 9, redesign your career for the future of work. Become irreplaceable. A lot of jobs are going to disappear. Not yours, not anything you touch, not the jobs of anyone you lead, because you are irreplaceable. And 10, you join a community of people just like you who are committed to becoming the best entrepreneurs, startup founders, executives, consultants they can be. And they all are studying AI in depth as part of AI Mastery, learning from the amazing teachers that we just shared with you. So how does the program work? All right, so these are the pieces. World-class trainers, you know that. 5 months. The program is 5 months. That's why it's called a micro degree. 2 sessions per week for 22 weeks or 44 classes. Wednesday sessions are a lesson. Friday sessions are implementation. So you go deeper with, say, Vykintas. You learn the lesson, then you go deeper with Vykintas. He addresses all of your questions on Fridays, and you build directly on Friday. Okay? You get access to an exclusive app and a global community, and there are 2 tracks, Essential or Advanced. First, world-class trainers for 5 months. So you learn from all of these. No recordings. Every trainer shows up live, so you're always getting the most current information. Look at the effort that the trainers put in. We analyze your sentiment. The talk that I shared today on my AI morning routine, I prepared it today with the latest information I could have because we really want you to have the latest info. Every class is live. The recordings are available for you, but the teacher shows up live on the day of the class. 44 classes over 22 weeks. Each is 90 minutes. It's just 3 hours per week, very manageable. And by the end of month 1, you will probably already free up Fridays. Now, you also have a supportive global community. And we have a community app that you get to use to connect with everyone else in the program because your peers become your allies. You may be great at AI for music and you want someone who's great at AI for marketing. You guys get to collaborate and create the ultimate ad. This is what the peer group looks like.
Listen up, all eyes on me. I'll show you who you wanna be. Hey. Yeah, yeah, hey. Oh, wow, wow, wow. Talk of the town. You ain't seen nothing. thing.
Someone is saying they love the jams in our advertising. That's all from Manon. Manon is one of our AI trainers. He's the one whose new song is out with Snoop Dogg. So that's why we have such great music. So you get to browse and meet all our other students, okay? And this is so good because you are now connected to other AI leaders, and that is so useful in your career. All right, now there are two levels of transformation: essential and advanced. So you can choose whichever part you want to take. I spoke about this a little bit yesterday. Level 1, essential, is 26 lessons. Level 2, advanced, is 44 lessons. And in a moment, you're going to see why you probably want to do advanced, okay? Essentials is for you if you only want the highest impact AI tools that are fast and easy to implement. Advanced is if you want to truly leverage the full potential of AI and get in the top 0.1% of people in your field. And advanced, you are building workflows, you're automating things, you're doing stuff way more advanced than even what I showed you today that I did. So level 1, 22 lessons. It's 5999. Level 2 is 44 powerful sessions. It's 8999. The class starts Wednesday, August 13, 2025, and this is the live call schedule. So the first call happens soon, August 13, about 3 weeks from now, and it ends in January. Trainings are on Wednesday and Friday. I'll be doing the first call with you. It's going to be in the middle of Mindvalley University, and I'm excited to be sharing that with you. Now, recordings are available if you missed a call. The calls are 9 a.m. LA time, 12 p.m. New York, 5 p.m. London. They are done to optimize American and European time zones. If you happen to live in Malaysia, which is where I'm from, the calls are going to be around 11 p.m. Now, when I was living in Malaysia, that was never an issue with me. I love studying at night. So it just depends, okay? But even if you can't make it, you get the recording. Here is what the curriculum is like. Month 1 is Mastering Foundations. Month 2 is AI for higher productivity and performance. By the time you get to month 2, you're probably able to eradicate work on Fridays, which means you could choose to have a 4-day work week if you want. Month 3, content, branding, influence. Month 4, building and coding. Month 5, scaling. How do you scale your company? If your company's been hitting a ceiling, this is how you break that ceiling, and you get from 1 million to 5, then 10, then 20, eventually 100 million. Now, here's a deeper breakdown, okay? So level 1 is essentials. This is really useful if you are an employee, you want to get a raise or promotion. Learning AI is the surest path to growing in your career. What I know is that the top AI people in my company are worth 5 to 10 times as much as people who are coming in who may be new and just never really bothered to get good at AI. Now, when you go to advanced, you could even be a prompt engineer. Prompt engineers are earning up to $400,000 a year and do not require a background in tech. The other advantage of going advanced is that you can basically step into any company and transform their productivity and profits. So those of you who take the advanced thing, you're actually not just learning AI, you're gaining a new career path. If you so choose, you can now act as an AI consultant. You can go into any company and optimize the way that company works because most companies are still not using AI right. So here are a couple of things you learn, okay? You learn to think smarter. It's like literally having a genius brain. We show you how to create your own AI assistants, meaning like AI employees. You build your first assistant, and now your teams become not just humans, but you may have a team of 5. 2 may be human, 3 may be really smart AI agents. You turn ideas into images with AI prompts so you can create art like Da Vinci. You make smarter decisions with AI insights so you can lead with data-driven decisions. You master your voice with speech AI so you can turn your voice into content that resonates. Do you remember what Varun was sharing yesterday? How he's creating all of these amazing videos using AI. You learn to multiply yourself. I know a real estate realtor who multiplied herself 1,000 times, created custom videos of herself looking exactly as she does to sell the apartments that she represents. You can create music, art, videos, podcasts, no instruments needed. You build your own AI-powered database so you're able to manage complexity and knowledge. McKinsey said 20% of a knowledge worker's time is wasted digging up stuff and information they misplace. That's not you, because we teach you. This is one of the classes I teach, data architecture. So you're able to architecture all your data for easy retrieval and for AI to communicate with it. You create stunning videos with AI, so you can turn ideas into cinematic quality content. You design AI-powered teams, build your first AI app, create AI automation so that all the boring work that you hate doing, think about what that is right now. Maybe it's answering emails, maybe it's analyzing customer sentiment. All of that you never, ever, ever have to do again. You learn to edit videos and audios with AI agents, run open source AI locally. This is really powerful. It's like having your own local AI on your own computer and 100% free. And of course, because this is so powerful, we give you a really sexy certificate you can share on your wall. Now, why Mindvalley? We've been called the most effective transformation platform in the planet, been featured on CNN, countless different shows, featured currently on Apple Store, one of only 50 apps selected by Microsoft to be integrated with Microsoft's AI Copilot. Featured on every iPad, in every Apple Store, or 200,000 Apple stores in the world. This year, for the 2025 CNN New Year Countdown, I was asked to lead the CNN New Year Countdown globally because of my work in transforming human beings, because 2025 is the year of transformation. And if you go to our website, stories.mindvalley.com, you will find over 25,000 case studies of lives transformed.
Mindvalley.
Mindvalley. Mindvalley. I absolutely love this app. I mean, it represents the intersection of technology and also spirituality, two things that people think are somewhat incongruous, but of course they're not. And this app really did change my life.
A platform that brings leading educators in the fields of meditation, fitness, and health all together to share their knowledge.
With a growing community of 20 million and a mission to help people step into their greatness.
One of the most successful edutech companies on the planet.
One of the world's most powerful life transformation platforms.
What is arguably the most diverse and well-respected group of instructors anywhere.
The side effect is absolutely that it does make you a better person.
And creates a safe environment for you to come back to your authentic self. It resonates with so many people. It's like, you want to crush it at work, you want to crush it on the court, you want to crush it in the field. Yeah. You just want to be the best version of yourself, and this will definitely help, is what I'm getting from this.
Right.
I hope you enjoyed that. And this is why Naveen Jain said, Mindvalley is really building the Harvard or Stanford of our time. Many people who have taken AI Mastery have said this is so different from any other AI course they've taken, so much better. And I'll tell you the secret why. It has to do with knowledge versus transformation. Many education institutes teach knowledge. Mindvalley is the world's #1 transformation platform. That means we work with identity shifts. We don't just teach you stuff that your brain is going to forget. We mold you into a new person. In the realm of AI, that has to do, so we bring in psychology, we bring in behavioral design, but in the realm of AI, it's a concept called computational thinking. If you break it down, it has to do with these ideas: decomposition, pattern recognition, abstraction, algorithm design. Okay, for example, you saw this map I showed you of my brain. You learn how to do the same thing. Once you do this, complexity no longer hurts you. Stress, you're so much more invincible because you've literally been able to take all of your thought patterns and break them down, that decomposition, create a pattern around them that you can leverage AI to work with. This is why the learnings of AI Mastery never go obsolete, because you're not learning knowledge, you are being transformed. There is knowledge there, but you're being transformed so that you get to soak in all future knowledge on AI and adapt it, Aikido it into your life. This is why Mindvalley has so many case studies of transformation. All our programs do that. Let's look at some of these transformations, okay? So this lady, Kahina, said, I burned out trying to run 2 businesses at the same time. Now, after AI Mastery, I feel inspired and energized to bring multiple business ideas to life using AI to amplify my productivity. Michael from Slovakia said, didn't just help my business, transformed how we operate as a team. Productivity is through the roof, and instead of working hardest, we're working smarter. Olena said, my efficiency increased 35%. Now, 35% doesn't sound like a lot, but that's 1.5 days a week of time saved. Okay, Kaylin Flannery. I have a social media planner, a calendar, automates posts for me, generates ideas, generates images. She basically created her own social media marketing team. Hector was honored with AI Creative Agency of the Year award at the Internet Marketing Association. So he studied AI mastery. He took what he learned, pivoted his marketing agency to be an AI creative agency, and won Agency of the Year in his association. Ernie, this is crazy. So this guy is much older than many of our students, but he didn't let age make him think that he wasn't the right generation for AI. He completed patent documentations and drawings for his latest invention, an AI-backed, app-driven outdoor appliance capable of reducing home energy consumption by over 60%. Sonia, 6 months ago, her title was digital consultant. Today, she's transformed herself into visual AI designer. Another productivity boost, 25% daily client capacity increase. So, choose your pathway. Level 1 essential, or level 2. Depends on how deep you're ready to go. Essentials is for you if you only want the highest impact AI tools. Advanced is for you if you want to truly leverage the full potential of AI. Okay? And what we'll do is, because you've already spent some time with us at this event, we love to give a discount. Okay? As a thank you for being here, for being patient. Everybody gets a discount, except the lady who won most annoying person in our chat. So the price is $6,999, but we give you $1,000 off. Level 2 is price $8,999. Again, we give you $1,000 off. So decide which one you think is best for you. Now, the good news is this. You don't have to make a choice. We make it simple. Buy one level, get 2 levels. So obviously, buy the cheaper one, which is $5,999. And if you get level 1, you get level 2 for free. And likewise, if you're thinking, maybe level 2 is too complex for me, I just want to do level 1, then just do level 1 and ignore the classes in level 2. Either way, you win. So invest in level 1, $599. You'll get level 2 included at no extra cost. But we don't stop there. What we also want to do is give you some really good bonuses. Number 1, the certificate. But not only do you get a certificate, you get professional development credits. All our mastery programs are accredited. You get 101 CPD credits. This is for continual education. Bonus number 2, the community. We already showed you our advanced community platform. So you get to stay connected to all of these other amazing individuals. Then bonus 3, recordings of Summit and Mastery. So only people who join AI Mastery get the recordings of this summit. So that's an extra 12 hours of content. Bonus 4, learning mastery. So some people say, Vishen, I'm already so busy. How can I do another 3 hours a week? Well, take my course, Learning Mastery. Me, Ronan Diego, Eric Atmides, Vykintas teach this. This is a 6.5 to 7 hour course. After you take this course, it'll take you 1 day. You will likely free up 3 to 4 hours a week because it makes you that much more productive. So check out Learning Mastery. This is going to be a bonus. Previously, it was selling for $3,000. And then a special bonus. So we love it when people sign up early. We already had several hundred people sign up yesterday. Several hundred more are going to sign up today. And as long as you sign up before 11:59 p.m. USA time tomorrow, Monday, LA time, 11:59 p.m. tomorrow, I'm going to put in an extra bonus. I'm going to invite you. So this is going to be probably 600-700 people. I'm going to invite you to a special 4-hour class I'm going to do. Today I showed you my daily routine for AI. Would you like to see how me as a CEO actually applies AI across all of Mindvalley? And I'm known for being super transparent with my students. I'm going to give you this workshop. The value is priceless. You're going to get that. But this is just a bonus for early bird registrants, for people who register before 11:59 p.m. tomorrow. If you find this interesting, please put a yes so I know that you're interested, and put your title. I'm curious to see your job title. So here's everything you get. AI Mastery, $7,999. Bonuses worth close to $10,000. If you register by 11:59 p.m. tomorrow, Monday, you also get my bonus workshop. And your investment is just $5,999. And there are payment plans. You can get a 4-month payment plan, $1,749 a month, or save $1,000 by paying via a single payment. If you're in the USA, you can use Klarna which can stretch it out to 24 payments. And again, that's everything you get. Now we have a special surprise for those of you who are Mindvalley members, meaning you have a member subscription. If you open up your Mindvalley app and look at the Today page, or if you open up Mindvalley on your desktop, you will see a banner for AI Mastery. And if you buy via that banner, you get a further $500 off. So it's 5499. Okay, you will find that. You will also see it on the website. See, there's a little thing, unlock an additional $500 off, sign in. So you'll be able to get a further $500 off as a member, because this year we made Mindvalley membership a benefits program as well. All our certifications, all our masteries, all our events, members get several $100s off. You attend one Mindvalley event and the cost of your membership is already paid for. Okay, so check your email, search for member discount AI Mastery, and you will find it. If not, you'll find the banner to click on in the Today page of your app. So what's the return on investment like? It isn't a course. It's an unfair advantage. It isn't just a course you buy and forget. That's why it's not recordings. You're showing up live, and you know you can do that because you are here on a frickin' Sunday. This course is built for people like you. Imagine saving 10 to 15 hours a week with AI workflows. That's 520 hours a year. That's a lot. Create content 5 to 10x faster with no creative burnout. Build no-code AI tools that used to take entire development teams. Monetize your skill better. Launch products. Get promoted. Land clients. Build no-code AI tools that used to take entire dev teams years. Build it in a day. Okay, so we run this program once a year. So if you don't do it now, you got to wait 1 year. And also, we are so confident in the quality of this program that you can take it for 15 days. And at any point, so that's 4 classes. At any point, you can say, I think I've had enough. I want my money back. No questions asked. You get your money back. So you don't even have to make up your mind right now. You can simply say maybe and go check it out and get the bonus. So enroll in AI Mastery, click on that QR code, sign up, and let's get started. Now, please take a picture of that. We're going to go into Q&A. And then I'm going to stay back over time, and I'm going to take you through the final presentation, Soul Pack. And this is a bonus presentation, okay? So Q&A. AI is evolving so fast. Won't this be outdated by the time I finish the program? No, because we're not just teaching you AI, we're teaching you new ways of thinking. Is this too techy for me? You'll be surprised at the number of people in this program who are over 60. Many of them are grandpas and grandmas, and sorry if I made that joke earlier, it was a joke, and they are crushing it. My dad, who is 75 years old, is in this program. Will I actually implement or finish it? Yes. Now, some people drop out after month 2 or 3 because they're like, okay, I've already gained a lot. And that's okay. If you feel you've gained a lot, remember, you're paying for essentials. You're getting advanced free. You're paying for 2.5 months. You're getting 5 months. You're getting the other 2.5 months free. So if you need to leave after 2.5 months, there's no judgment. You're still going to see your life changed. What results can I expect? I think we covered this in depth. How is this different from YouTube or ChatGPT tutorials? Significantly different. It's a different way of thinking. You learn, see, ChatGPT will only teach you ChatGPT. What you learn is to go and cross different AI solutions. You learn tools that make these solutions talk to each other. You also learn how to go behind and work with SDKs and APIs. There's an entire back end of ChatGPT that you can play with, but typically it's programmers who do it. We teach you how to get there. I don't have time right now. Absolute bullshit. You do have time. The average American spends 2 hours and 45 minutes a day on social media. Just stop letting Instagram ruin your brain. For 1 day a week, you have time. And after 4 weeks, you will buy back the time. You will multiply your time. I have more free time in my life right now than at any point in my life because of AI Mastery. So much so, I'm currently starting a second company called Vibrantly. You'll hear about it soon. And I'm hoping to get it to 100 million in revenue in 12 months flat with 5 people. Can I join later? In about a year, but why wait? Okay, so thank you. I hope you got all the information you need for AI Mastery. I can't wait to see you in the program. Caitlin, back to you. We'll take a 1-minute break, then I'm going to come back with the Soul Pack training.
Thank you so much, Vishen. Guys, I hope that you're inspired by this. I really love looking at the chat and seeing so many of you continuing to share about what you created with Dominic, continuing to share about what you're about to create. And I hope you remember some of the key things. AI is new, yes. But if you are at the forefront of it, if you are an early adopter, think about people that were early adopters to the internet and what they were able to do when everyone else was like, I don't know, this is going to change the world. It did change the world. And yes, AI is changing the world, but remember, it's a tool. And if you take the time, which obviously so many of you have because you've joined us for this AI mastery program, you've been able to see firsthand the mind expansion that is taking place. And remember, for everything, and I'll speak on my own behalf, right? Our brain is wired to keep us familiar. It doesn't like change, right? Because it wants to keep us safe. And this is a change, but it doesn't mean it has to be a hard change or a bad change or even a difficult change. We have curated the top teachers, the top speakers to help you every single step of the way for whatever feels comfortable for you to bring your dreams to the world. And I've learned personally so much. I'm looking at my own notes about AI agentics. And of course, there's so many things that I would love to bring into the world. And I think this is one of the biggest things that I really took away is that you can actually expand reach without losing soul. That you can give the AI some of these mundane tasks like creating a website page. Maybe for you, that's not your area of expertise, but you have so many different ideas that you would love to bring to the world. Then give your light, give your creativity, give your power in that way, and allow AI to be just a tool in that. Or maybe some of you feel comfortable sharing your health. Vision showed so many things. And I was sharing yesterday personally how my dad had to get blood work. And the big question was, does he have to fast? I don't know. The office is closed. So I took everything in the panel that they were requesting, put it there, and found out, yes, you got to fast. And it also gave us some other really great advice, like make sure you drink some water and right after, depending on how much blood, had orange juice, have different things. So remember, whatever your comfort level is when it comes to new tech, embrace it. And if you don't feel comfortable doing it for some things, you don't have to. But this whole summit is just a way to help expand your mind, to see what's possible. All of those dreams. One of the best quotes that I love is, "Where are the most dreams in the world?" And they say in a graveyard, because so many of us have dreams inside that we never get out. Why? Well, I can speak for my own self because we feel overwhelmed. We don't know how to do it. Maybe we don't have the resources. Maybe we don't have the education, whatever it may be. With this new technology, now for whatever feels right for you, you can figure out how to get your message, your voice, your business, your creativity out into the world. And I hope you've seen that so many different examples just in organizing your business, creating music, designing chairs that I love that from Dominic, like learning about a meditation chair and what you can bring. There is something for everybody, but now is the time to get ahead of it and to ride the wave and not be behind. So on that note, we are going to have such an incredible talk. This is about soul packed over the next 5 years. AI is going to continue to boom and boom and boom, doubling every single month. So Vision has curated a beautiful talk on how this is going to affect our family, our business, our life, and the ways that you can get ahead and start thinking about it. So welcome back, Vision.
Thank you, Caitlin. Caitlin, what an amazing host you are. I see that someone just said, Caitlin looks absolutely stunning. She should be in this program. Forget those other geeks. I believe it was Tom. Tom, thank you, but Caitlin is wonderful. I'll add a special section for you in the program, Tom, on how to build an AI girlfriend. That should help you calm down. But you're right, Tom. Caitlin is amazing. All right, now, let's get started with our presentation for now. It's called the Soul Pack, a new model for work, wealth, and flow. A couple of months ago, as I was sitting at Singularity University, which is an education program in Silicon Valley. It's like a $15,000 program. You go for 5 days, and you learn about how exponential technologies are going to change the world. And it's for CEOs so that you don't get sucker punched, right? It shocked me when I learned about quantum computing and the accelerated rate of AI, and I realized that so many of the way I was setting my goals were now officially obsolete. So I came up with this system, which I started lecturing on and speaking about across the world. And it's called Soul Pack. It's 8 questions I want you to ask yourself that will help you prepare yourself for an era where AI is going to be a million times more powerful. This is an 8-part agreement with your future self. Now, the letters in Soul Pack, SOULPACT, stand for the essence of the question. The first idea is simplicity. Let me explain what this means. We're often thought to believe that complexity is brilliant, but complexity is not brilliant. It's a tax on your nervous system. Steve Jobs, when he came back to Apple after he was kicked out, he did something really interesting. He went to the Apple executive team that just made him ICEO and interim CEO, and he started killing all of Apple's products. And he drew this line on a whiteboard, like a cross, and he said, we're only going to build 4 things: a desktop computer and a portable computer. The desktop computer for home, desktop computer for work, portable computer for home, portable computer for work. That's it. And the next thing you know, Apple was just focused on those 4 things. And what did it launch? The iMac. And that was the start of the Apple comeback. Apple was about to be wiped out. It went on to become the first trillion-dollar company in the world. The lesson here is this: real masters never brag about complexity. They aim for great results done with the utmost simplicity and efficiency. I had to retrain some employees I'd hired because they were so used to being credited and acknowledged for complex spreadsheets and complex ways of working. And I had to show them how simplicity is true mastery. So what is the vibe of a simplicity-driven life? I want you to add simplicity to your vision for who you're going to be. Simplicity should be a goal. And the vibe of a simplicity-driven life looks like this. Okay, businesses with 1 to 5 human beings and a swarm of AI. Your systems run without micromanagement. You can take a week off with ease. You measure success by how little you have to manage. So don't think, my dream used to be, and this dream came because when I was first moved to Silicon Valley, I was maybe 25, 26. I attended a party by Yahoo. I saw thousands of employees, incredible parties, and I'm thinking, wow, I want to have a company that employs 1,000. I got to 400, and boy, was it stressful. Was it crazy. Today, I work from home. My employees get to show up in the office or not. Many of them work from home. 70% of our employees work from home. We work our own hours, and everything somehow works. And I cherish this life. I want you to write this down. My business is only 21 hours a week. My business is only 5 people. My business is only 9 a.m. to 3:30 p.m. What can you do to make your business simpler? My business is only 1 product. Write that down. How would you embrace simplicity like Steve Jobs? For me, it was, my business only requires me to work from home, unless I want to show up in an office. I also have a speaking business in addition to Mindvalley. That speaking business is only me, a part-time virtual assistant, and an Airtable, and an AI that helps me craft and customize my talks. What is it for you? Okay, so that's S. Let's go on to O, opportunity. What is an opportunity-driven life like? So, I want to tell you a story. About 2.5 years ago, I was invited to Dubai to meet a billionaire. And I went to his apartment at the top of Princess Tower, which is one of the tallest buildings in Dubai. And this billionaire, his name was Wayne, he had taken 7 companies IPO, brilliant man. He took me to his balcony and showed me his gorgeous view. That is a picture I took that day from his balcony. You can see the Palm Jumeirah in Dubai. And I was looking at that, and my God, I was in awe. And then Wayne said, Vishen, do you know what it takes to be a billionaire? And I said, no, I don't. He said this: work 21 hours a week, I said, what? Did I hear you right? He says, work 21 hours a week. I laughed. He said, no. Believe me, this is the formula. And then Wayne went on to explain his pattern. He said, give yourself 7 hours on Tuesday, 7 hours on Wednesday, 7 hours on Thursday to get work done. You don't need 8 hours, 7 hours. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Keep Monday and Friday free for opportunity. He said, you know how I started 7 companies? Because whenever I build a company, I only allow myself to work 21 hours on that project. I keep Monday and Friday free for new discoveries. A friend could call me up and say, hey, Wayne, come to London and check out this new hotel. Thursday evening, I could fly Dubai to London, spend the weekend there, see friends, check out that hotel, come back Monday evening in time to start work on Tuesday. And he said, when you create opportunity in your life, that is when you truly get to scale your life and your wealth. And I thought this was bullshit. But then I came across this study. Top 5 factors in success across more than 200 companies. This was done by Idea Labs, a Silicon Valley venture fund. Now, this is what it finds really interesting. So Idea Labs was founded by a Silicon Valley legend called Bill Goss. He created, Overture, which later became Yahoo's advertising, which later inspired Google AdWords. Many other inventions. Now, what they found was this. The secret to great businesses was basically this. Timing. 42% was timing. Funding, which is investors, was only 14%. Yet, when you go to Silicon Valley, what's the first thing they tell you? Learn to pitch investors. Turned out, it's only 14%. 42% is timing. 32% is your team. 28% is ideas. 24%, less than a quarter, is your business model. Because your business model is going to pivot. Why is timing so high? Because Wayne was damn right. When you create opportunity, you're able to seize on timing. This is why AI mastery is so important. By saving up Thursday and Friday, you free yourself time, not just innovate on your business, but to come up with new ideas, expand into new areas. Timing, it turns out, is the secret to great companies. So the vibe, of leading an opportunity-driven life. You wake up with space, not urgency. You say yes to podcasts, partnerships in Portugal. Your calendar is curated, not crammed. You grow into a kind of person that opportunity chases. You make room for magic, and magic finds you. Your ChatGPT might say, hey Tom, today there's an opportunity to head to Portugal for a rooftop party with people whose frequency match your vibe. Want me to book flights? And you can say, go ahead. That's opportunity. So I want you to write this down. I create opportunity in my life by keeping Fridays off, by maybe not working on Wednesdays and using it to explore innovations, by coming home at 4 p.m. so I can do an hour of study and reading, or AI mastery. How are you creating opportunity? Write this down. You see, folks, we are trained to write down stuff from an older age of business and life. Your income, your job title. But we're going into a world where this doesn't matter anymore. What's going to matter in a world of AI that's a million times more powerful is simplicity, opportunity, and you'll see 6 other items which are going to come next. Okay, so you got simplicity, you got opportunity. Now let's come to uniqueness. Why is uniqueness important? So there's a story about David, right? David was essentially this wimpy kid. He was the equivalent of the Uber Foods delivery boy coming to battle because someone felt hungry and needed a burrito before they went to battle. And he comes there and he sees all of the other soldiers are super afraid because in front of them is Goliath. Now everyone else looks at Goliath and is terrified. David looks at Goliath and is thinking, my God, he is so big. How could I possibly miss? David knew his unique edge. He was powerful with a slingshot and a stone. He fell Goliath, went down in the history books as a legend. What is your special edge? You see, AI can write like you, talk like you, look like you. It will never be you. And in a world of perfect copies, that's your unfair advantage. What's your unique edge? It is the weird way you move your hands when you talk about quantum manifesting in your videos? Is it your quirky sense of humor, that strange laugh that you have? What is that unique edge? For me, and let me ask you this, what do you think is my unique edge as a teacher? Write it down. Because your unique edge is what makes you special. Right, someone said humor, humor, humor. Yeah, that's it. I use a lot of humor. Now, what is your unique edge? Now, the vibe of the unique edge is this. People come to you for what only you can do. Your weirdness is your marketing. You don't chase relevance, you define it. You feel proud to be uncopyable. The world doesn't need another Jay Shetty or Stephen Bartlett or Vision. It needs another you. What is your unique edge? Celebrate that. I am known for my unique edge in, write that down, and embrace that. If you don't get a chance to complete the sentence, write down the sentence with the dash. You can come back to the dash after this. Next, so we have SOUL, simplicity, opportunity, uniqueness. The L stands for love. We're not talking about romantic love here. We're talking about the freedom to do what you love. Rumi once said, "Let yourself be silently drawn by the strange pull of what you really love. It will not lead you astray." What Rumi meant, and Rumi was an amazing man, a 13th century refugee in Afghanistan. I believe he was of Persian origin. What Rumi meant is that when there's something in life that you love, it is always, always right. Unless you're harming someone else. If you're not harming someone else, maybe you love art. Maybe you love poetry. Maybe you love teaching. Let yourself be silently drawn by the strange pull of what you really love. It will not lead you astray. So the vibe of being able to have work that you love looks like this. You create without asking if it will sell. You write a book, not because you're waiting for a publisher, but because you need to write a book. You lose track of time doing something that lights you up. Your art, your movement, your curiosity, they all have a seat at the table. You trust that joy leads to breakthrough. And in today's world of AI, because of AI's creative potential, I showed you how I created a song in minutes. Scaling what we love is easier than ever. So I want you to complete this sentence. I follow what I love by regularly reading, regularly exercising, regularly making space for me to write down poetry, knowing that I have no other deadlines to take me away from that. Regularly being able to create works of art just for myself. I don't need to sell them. Regularly taking walks in the woods because I love bird watching. I follow what I love by regularly. So we have simplicity, opportunity, unique edge, love. And now we come to the pact, P-A-C-T. The first in the pack is purpose. Purpose is very interesting. Purpose is about living for something bigger than yourself. And I want to tell you a little story. It's a story about these two men. This is Al Capone, the most notorious, infamous gangster of all time, and his right-hand man, Easy Eddie. Now, Al Capone was a brilliant businessman, but he was evil. No one dared touch him in Chicago during the 1920s and 1930s Prohibition era. There's a story that Al Capone was once in a restaurant. Someone said something that he thought was rude. He took out a baseball bat and beat that man to death in that restaurant. All the other diners stayed silent. Nobody called the police. Nobody dared interfere. Why? Because of Easy Eddie. Easy Eddie was Al Capone's right-hand man. He's the one who paid off the cops. He's the one who greased the wheels. He's the one who ensured that Al Capone could get away with murder and the government would have nothing on him. And Easy Eddie made Al Capone untouchable. And Al Capone demanded utmost loyalty from Easy Eddie. But here's what happened. Easy Eddie became a father. And as his kid grew up, the kid noticed that the family had a lot of money because Al Capone was paying Easy Eddie well. And the kid would ask Easy Eddie, well, Dad, what do you do? And Easy Eddie would make up an excuse. And the kid would continue asking, Dad, what do you do? Dad, how do we have this money? And Easy Eddie would continue making up an excuse until, as the kid got older, Easy Eddie had a turn of heart. He suddenly understood, I cannot keep lying to my son. And so what Easy Eddie did was, he decided to turn on Al Capone. He went to the government. He agreed on a plea deal. He shared everything he knew about Al Capone, and he helped the U.S. government arrest Al Capone and finally put this madman behind bars. Now, Easy Eddie knew that he was going to pay a price for that. 3 months later, he was gunned down by machine gun, murdered, never saw his son again. When they found Easy Eddie's body, there was this poem in his pocket. The clock of life is wound but once, and no man has the power to tell just when the hand will stop at late or early hour. Now is the only time you own. Live, love, toil with a will. Place no fate in time, for the clock may soon be still. Easy Eddie had all the money. He was untouchable. But he chose a higher purpose and gave his life to set a real example for his son. Now, that's the first story from 1920. But there's a second story. And this is 20 years later. It's the middle of the Cold War. And American Air Force pilot by the name of Butch is on his carrier, his aircraft carrier in the Pacific Ocean. And he's doing his rounds. He gets in the plane and he flies around to do his rounds to ensure that the skies are clear of Japanese planes. And what happens is that he sees 9 Japanese planes like these, 9 of these planes racing towards the aircraft carrier. And he has no time to fly back and warn his team. It was just too close. So he decides that he's going to go on a suicide mission to basically defend his aircraft carrier and all his friends. Now, let me tell you, the U.S. aircraft carriers, they carry close to 3,500 people. If the Japanese bomb that carrier, that's 3,500 American soldiers who are going to perish. And Butch knew he couldn't tolerate this. So he starts firing at the Japanese planes. He runs out of bullets. And he doesn't give up. Rather than go and turn around and land 9 Japanese planes, he goes and he starts to ram them, scraping them with the bottom of his plane. He ends up taking down 5 Japanese planes, and the 4 remaining planes flee in panic. He lands and survives. He becomes America's first ace fighter pilot. So when we hear of fighter ace, he was the first one. Butch O'Hare. He went on, his story became legend. He went on to inspire American soldiers, Allied soldiers to defeat the Japanese Empire, defeat the Nazis, win the war. He became one of America's greatest heroes. When you land in O'Hare Airport in Chicago, that airport was not named after a president, wasn't named after one of the founding fathers. It was named after this brave man, Butch O'Hare. But here's the crazy story. Butch O'Hare was Easy Eddie's son. That Easy Eddie, who gave his life for a higher purpose, to set a good example for his son. That Easy Eddie, who lost his life serving his government, his higher purpose resonated with his son. The sad story about this is Butch O'Hare was killed in 1943 in a nighttime raid. He was shot down. But we can't forget the sacrifice that this father did for his son. And I wonder sometimes, if Al Capone never survived, if Al Capone didn't exist, didn't have that negative impact on Butch O'Hare, on Easy Eddie, if Easy Eddie wasn't a man who would live true purpose, would Butch O'Hare be the man he would be? The American legend. Beautiful story, isn't it? My question to you is, what is your purpose? What are you living for that is bigger than you? A purpose-driven life means your work leaves a ripple bigger than your ego. People thank you for helping them remember who they are. You feel useful, lit up, part of something bigger. And you're not just earning, you're impacting. As we move into a world of AI, it cannot just be about GDP, folks. GDP is a bullshit measure. It's designed in the 1940s for governments to measure how well they are doing. But if we think that the only thing that matters to us is GDP, we forget so much more about life. What if life is more than just collecting wealth, but it's also serving the world, beautifying the world, standing up for what you believe in, ensuring that everyone has the basics, food, shelter, safety, maybe education. What do you stand up for? What is that higher purpose that drives you? What I want you to write down is, my contribution to the world is dash. So that's the P. And that brings us to A, abundance. No one is saying that you shouldn't worry about abundance. We just think about it wrong. So, what abundance has started to mean to me is not the amount of wealth you have in the bank, but what you can do with that wealth. And sometimes that might mean being able to escape to Bali and work with your dog on a hammock in a rainforest. The most radical thing you can do in this economy is to earn money joyfully. So abundance means this. You receive money from work that energizes you. You embrace the circular flow of money and have no issues treating yourself. You make aligned income while you rest, sleep, or play. You never feel afraid to buy something that feels good. You get to live in 5-star hotels and travel business class without thinking. You've overcome all of the guilt around money. And the way to do this is to set this goal and commit to it, just like you committed to a life of simplicity, space for opportunity, mastering your unique edge, having space to do what you love, having a purpose. Now, focus on abundance. Write this down. I will earn X per year in a fun and easy way. That word, fun and easy, that's the ticket. That's the secret. I was working with a coach of mine, Dr. Barry Morgulin. Brilliant coach. This is the guy I pay $100,000 to a year when I was working with him. And Barry one day called me up and he's like, Vishen, you're addicted to drama and challenges. I'm like, Barry, what are you talking about? And he goes, every time I ask you, how are things going? You say, well, I had this challenge at work and I solved it. I had this challenge and I solved it. And Barry said, and Barry said, why are you addicted to challenges? And I go, Barry, what the fudge are you talking about? Didn't I say I solved them? And Barry goes, yes, Vishen, but you don't understand. Great spiritual masters, they don't need challenges to solve. They understand that they can earn their money, build their business in a fun and easy way. So I want you to repeat this vision, he said. Every morning, ask yourself this lofty question. Why do I solve everything that comes my way in a fun and easy way? That was a mind-blowing insight for me. Because I was addicted to challenges. I was addicted to the whole entrepreneurial journey. But now, I don't want challenges anymore. I want my work to be fun and easy. And you should too, which is why I added that line. I will earn X amount per year in a fun and easy way. And that, folks, is true abundance. Finally, PACT, so there's two more. Calmness. Another story from my life and a great mentor. I remember once taking a call with Professor Sri Kumar Rao, the MBA on Mindvalley. And from the tone of my voice, he could tell I was pretty stressed out. And so he said, Vishen, let's not talk about work. Can I read you a poem? And I was very annoyed because I was so busy. We were supposed to discuss his publishing contract with Mindvalley, and he wanted to cite poetry to me. But I know Professor Rao, wonderful man, so I said yes. And he said this. Pay attention to this, Vishen. Rumi said the following. When I run after what I think I want, my days are a furnace of distress and anxiety. But if I sit in my own place of patience, what I need flows to me without any pain. From this I understand that what I want also wants me, is looking for me and attracting me. There's a great secret in this for anyone who can grasp it. Fire, isn't it? What he meant to say is this. Rumi and so many other great teachers, whether it's Paulo Coelho in The Alchemist, whether it's the teachers in the movie The Secret, say, when you stress out about things, you actually slow down your desires. But when you can learn to sit in patience, what you need flows to me without any pain. As Coelho says in The Alchemist, I learned that whatever I want, the universe wants too, for me. So, that's a picture of Rumi. Are you making place for calmness? Because in the future, the most powerful person in the room will be the one whose hands are steady and whose breath is slow. Are you making space for calmness, to rejuvenate your nervous system, to heal yourself? The question I want you to ask is coming up. But here's what a life of calmness looks like. You feel rested, grounded, and sharp. Your nervous system feels like home. You unplug without guilt and return with clarity. You don't react. You respond from center. You have weekly, daily rituals for creating calm and healing. I was interviewing Stephen Bartlett recently, the incredible rock star entrepreneur. And one of the things he told me really hit me. He said, you know what I do? And he said this in front of thousands of people at a Mindvalley event. I don't use alarm clocks. I trust to give my body as much sleep as it needs. And so I wake up when my body needs to wake up. I love that. That is a man who understands the power of calmness. So my question to you is, how will you complete this sentence? I will take care of myself by. Sleeping 8 hours a day and not feeling guilty about it. 15-minute afternoon naps. A massage every week. Cutting down my working hours to French levels, 35, which is so possible right now because of AI. In fact, we can probably go to 30 or 25. And finally, time. This is the most important. What are we going to do with all of that free time because of AI? So let me recap, okay? Soul, simplicity, opportunity, unique edge, love, pact, passion, abundance, calmness, time. Now, someone said, well, with more time, I want to make more money. I hear you, Brian, but let me share an alternative idea. So, there's a psychologist called Warren Farrell. He was a psychologist, thought leader, very involved in the feminist movement. He was friends with Gloria Steinem. And Warren Farrell told a story about his life that really touched me. So it was the 1970s, maybe like 1979 or so. And he was attending a party by Gloria Steinem, I believe it was Los Angeles. And he walks into the party, there are tons of people over there. Everything is very hip and groovy. And he sees Gloria Steinem, who's the feminist icon, in front. And he wants to go up to his friend Gloria and say hi. And this rude man comes and just grabs his hand. And the man goes, Warren, are you Warren Farrell? And Warren goes, yes, I am. And the man goes, Warren, I got to tell you something. So you see, backstory, Warren would create men's groups. He would create a men's group in the city, get these men together so they could talk, and then move to the next city, create a men's group, get men together, and then talk. And that's what he did. He loved bringing men together in healing groups. So this man grabs his hand and said, Warren, I got to tell you a story. it's about how your men's group changed my life. So Warren was kind of annoyed, but at the same time, he was curious. This man went on to say, listen, Warren, I had a bad relationship with my father. And as a result, when my first son was born, I was 21 years old, and I didn't know how to be a father. And so I just didn't spend time with my baby. And I regret that. I ignored my responsibilities as a man. I went on to build a great business, though, and I have all the money I need right now in this amazing business. And my second son is born, and I decided I need to do something different. So I'm quitting my business, putting it on hold, and I'm going to spend the next 5 years of my life doing nothing but taking care of my second son. And this man went on to describe how he'd essentially become a house husband. He made that decision. He was changing diapers, taking this kid for a walk, buying food for the kid, nursing the kid when the kid would wake up in the middle of the night. This epic businessman. So Warren said, well, let me ask you a question. Did your wife approve? Because women say they like this, but women lose interest in a man when a man loses his mission. And this gentleman says, he said, two things helped me do this. One was the support of my wife, and the second was your men's group. This is why I'm so grateful. And he said, and now I'm having the greatest time of my life. And Warren was deeply touched. As Warren was about to walk away, a lady comes up to them and says, can I get a photo? And Warren goes, well, yes, let me just adjust my jacket. And the lady goes, Warren, not you. I love you, but I want a photo with him. So Warren turns to this man, and Warren says, she obviously knows you. What's your name? And the man goes, John. And Warren goes, well, nice to meet you, John. I'm Warren. John who? And the man says, my name is John Lennon. I have this business. It's a group called the Beatles. But I've decided to leave them and be a father. That was John Lennon. Now, the sad thing was this. John Lennon gave 5 years of his life to his second child. But in 1980, he was assassinated. 5 years of his life, then killed by an assassin's bullet, leaving his baby boy and Yoko Ono. But those 5 years, he said, were the greatest 5 years of his life. John Lennon was a legend because he understood the value of time. And this one really, really, really hit me. Because I have a son who's about to turn 18. And in the US at least, 85% of the time you spend with your child is before they turn 18. I have 15% of all the time with my son left. And I decided this year, my son's going to be more important to me than anything. And that's why recently, I took 2 weeks off. I traveled with my son. We went camping in Yellowstone, and we drove across South Dakota. And one of the most important things I want you to understand is that if your calendar doesn't leave space for thinking, feeling, living, and connecting with the people you love, you don't need a productivity hack. You need a soul pack. Maybe, just maybe, the greatest legacy you leave the world isn't your business, or your book, or your money. All of that is good. But maybe the greatest legacy that you leave behind is the feeling in the hearts of the people who loved you most. And that's why time is so important. When you master time, your days are filled with intention, not interruption. You work less, earn more, live better. You protect your mornings and disappear for long weekends. You measure your time in moments, not in meetings. And I want you to write this down. I only work X hours per week. Limit your working time. And with AI Mastery, you can carve on some pretty powerful limits to your working time. Do not forget what is truly, truly, truly important. So that is your soul pack. Let's go through this, okay? Feel free to take a video, a camera, and take photos. Simplicity. My business is only focused on one product, one team, one audience, offers I love and systems that run without me. Opportunity. I create opportunity in my life by leaving Fridays open for adventure, growth, and synchronicity. Being discoverable through my content. Uniqueness. I'm known for my unique edge in merging humor and consciousness, teaching storytelling through neuroscience. L, I follow what I love by regularly creating for joy, not just income, investing time in passion projects without pressure to monetize. P, I contribute to the world by building programs that uplift undeserved communities, giving time or funds to causes I deeply care about. Abundance, I will earn X amount per year in a fun and easy way by monetizing my content, licensing products. C, I take care of my body and protect my energy by taking 1 day a week completely offline, designing my schedule to start at 11 and end with sunsets. And T, I only work X hours a week. That is your Soul Pack, a new framework where AI runs the grind and you run your soul. I'll leave you with that. I hope to see you all in AI Mastery. Thank you for joining us today. I know we went a little over time. I hope you'll forgive us for that. We wanted to deliver some additional content to you. And I can't wait to hear how this event transformed you. Please share on social media. Take a screenshot. Make sure I don't have a stupid look on my face. And share it on social media. Share with people what you think. We'll be doing another summit in maybe about 3 months. We don't know the topic yet. But I'm so glad you could be here. And for those of you attending Mindvalley University, I will see you in Amsterdam. It's going to be fun to meet in person. And for you joining AI Mastery, I'll see you on our opening call. Thank you all. Thank you for being part of Mindvalley. Back to you, Caitlin.
Thank you so much, Vishen. That was so beautiful and such a really breath of fresh air to look at how AI can really change our life and really allow us to experience why our soul is here on earth. So thank you for sharing that. Thank you for your storytelling. Thank you to all of you who spent today with us, or maybe spent the last 3 days with us. I want to acknowledge you because the only way that your life is going to change is if you change. So for those of you that decided to say yes to this AI Mastery Program, congratulations. For those of you that just decided to say yes to today in the last 3 days, I truly hope you took so much knowledge away from this and that you get your gifts out into the world, that you get your ideas out into the world. We're so grateful for you. We hope that you continue to follow us here at Mindvalley. And for those of you at MBU, I look forward to seeing you in Amsterdam. We'll put the QR code back up for those of you that are interested in joining the AI Mastery Program. Again, the world is changing, and what better way to be a part of it but to learn the tools that can really allow your soul to expand, to allow you to have your freedom, your time, your creativity, your impact. And every single one of you do have impact in this planet. You have a dream, you have a desire, you have a light, and the world needs it. So thank you so much. Again, my name is Caitlin O'Toole. I'm grateful for all of you and all of us at Mindvalley. We look forward to seeing you next time, and we look forward to seeing some of you in the AI Mastery Program. Bye, guys. Thank you.